The Resonance Code, written and narrated by Glen W. Miller. Volume 1, Chapter 1, A World Within a World. The gymnasium buzzed with life, every detail as sharp and vivid as if it had just been polished for the occasion. Sneakers squeaked across the glossy floor, their echoes bouncing off the high, arched ceiling. A basketball thudded against the backboard with a hollow, rhythmic beat, punctuating the faint murmur of voices in the stands. The air was thick with familiar scents, sweat, rubber, and the faint tang of buttery popcorn wafting from the concession stand. Carol tugged at her skirt, her fingers trembling as she tried to make the fabric stretch just a little further. The bulky brace clamped to her leg wasn't just a physical burden, it was a spotlight, making her movements awkward, mechanical. Each step on the bleachers felt like a public performance, and she hated every second of it. Her teeth felt no less conspicuous, covered in glinting brackets that turned every smile into an announcement, every word into a source of ridicule. Stacy and Monica were sitting halfway down the bleachers, waving her over. Carol's heart lifted slightly. Her friends. At least she had them. She gripped the rail tightly, careful not to trip as she began her descent, her steps echoing in her own ears. She wanted to reach them quickly, to escape the open vulnerability of being on display. Then, just as she reached the halfway point, Dylan Merriman's mocking voice rang out. "Look out, it's the Robo-Walker," he called, dragging one leg exaggeratedly as he stomped back and forth. "Where's the off switch?" Laughter erupted around her, sharp and cruel. Carol's cheeks burned, the heat spreading down her neck and into her chest. Her knuckles turned white as she tightened her grip on the rail, steadying herself against the tremor in her legs. She tried to block them out, but their laughter seemed to grow louder, like waves crashing against her. Her classmates joined in, the squeak of their sneakers mimicking Dylan's exaggerated limp. One boy leaned over to another, whispering something, and they both erupted into snickers, their gazes flicking toward her like daggers. She caught fragments of their words, metal legs, and robot girl, and her stomach twisted. Finally, she reached Stacy and Monica, their faces lighting up as she approached. Relief flickered in her chest, but it was short-lived. Dylan's voice cut through the air again. "Whoa, don't smile too big, Hopkins. You're blinding me," he shouted, cupping his hands over his eyes dramatically. "Seriously, NASA called. They want their satellite reflector back." The kids around him roared with laughter, and Carol felt her heart sink further. Her fingers instinctively rose to her mouth, brushing against the cold metal of her braces. The taste of the rubber bands was faint but familiar, a bitter reminder of everything she wanted to hide. She looked to Stacy and Monica, searching their faces for the comfort she needed, but found something else entirely. The two girls were giggling, not at Dylan, but with him. Their eyes darted between Dylan's mocking grin and the boys flanking him, their crushes. It wasn't malice in their laughter, it was the awkward, desperate kind, the kind that sought approval, that tried to bridge a gap. But to Carol, it felt like betrayal. Her throat tightened as she lowered herself onto the bleacher beside them. Monica nudged her playfully, whispering something about boys being boys. Stacy glanced at her and mouthed, "Sorry," before turning back to the group of boys and laughing again, a little too loudly. Carol clutched her backpack tighter, pulling it onto her lap like a shield. The burn of humiliation seeped into her chest, mingling with the sting of being left out, of being the joke everyone shared. She could feel their eyes on her, the unspoken demand for her to crack, to cry, to yell, anything to feed their cruelty. But she didn't. Instead, she looked down at her lap, her vision blurring as she focused on the worn fabric of her backpack. Her hands trembled, her breathing shallow. Her throat ached from the effort of holding it all in. She didn't. Instead, she looked down at her lap, her vision blurring as she focused on the worn fabric of her backpack. Her fingers gripped it tightly, the texture rough against her palms. Her throat tightened, and she willed herself to disappear, to dissolve into the shadows between the bleachers. The laughter echoed in her ears, becoming a rhythm, a relentless beat she couldn't escape. It seemed to grow louder, sharper, until it filled every corner of her mind. The gym lights above felt harsh and glaring now, the room tilting slightly as her breaths came shallow and uneven. Her peripheral vision began to shrink, the edges of the world smudging into darkness. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding against her ribs as if trying to break free. Dizziness washed over her in waves, and for a moment, it felt like she might slide off the edge of the bleachers and fall into the nothingness she desperately wished for. Carol gasped awake, her heart pounding. The soft glow of her lab lights brought her back to the present. She was at her desk, slumped awkwardly in her chair. The faint hum of the computers surrounded her, but it felt distant, as if muffled by the weight of the memory she had just relived. Her hands instinctively rubbed her knee, which ached sharply, a phantom echo of the brace she hadn't worn in years. The sensation dragged her mind back to 8th grade, the laughter, the humiliation. She flexed her leg experimentally, grounding herself in the fact that it could move freely now, but the pain lingered like a shadow. She ran her tongue over her teeth. Smooth now, the ghost of the metal taste remained in her mind, as vivid as the stares and whispers. It's over. That was years ago. Now I'm Dr. Carol Hopkins, Director of Resonance Research at MIT. The hum of her prototype filled the lab, lulling her deeper into thought. Her head dipped slightly, her vision blurred. Then she choked, her throat raw. Carol's eyes flew open, the faint glow of her lab lights replaced by a hazy, smoke-filled blur. Her body jerked forward, her senses flooded all at once. The smell hit her first, a sharp, acrid stench that burned her nose and lungs. The taste of copper lingered on her tongue. She tried to move, but her body felt heavy, pinned by the airbag resting against her chest. Her mind pieced it together in fragments. The screech of tires, the leash, the golden retriever. Her leg ached sharply, and her hand instinctively reached for the door handle, only to brush against the cool plastic of the interior. The world returned in shards. A voice, distant and muffled, threaded through the haze. "Miss, are you okay?" Carol's eyelids fluttered. Smoke coiled into her nose, sharp and acrid, making her cough. The metallic tang of blood stung her tongue. Her head lolled against the seat. The light outside fractured into uneven patches of orange and shadow. The figure of a man took form, his outline wavering against the fading day. He edged closer, his hands raised in a gesture of caution. "Can you hear me?" The voice steadied, pulling her out of the fog. Carol blinked, the world snapping into sharper focus. Too sharp. The crumpled airbag sagged against her chest, its surface gritty and warm. Her hands trembled as she tried to lift them, her fingers fumbling for the door handle. It slipped from her grip once, twice, before the latch finally released. Cool air rushed in, biting her skin and carrying the scents of pine and damp earth. She tried to shift her weight, but her legs rebelled, a sharp ache in her knees stealing her breath. The pain dragged her backward in time, to braces, uneven steps, the laughter of her classmates. The man stepped closer, his face pale and creased with worry. "Easy," he said, his voice low. "You shouldn't move yet." "I'm fine," she rasped, though the words rang hollow. She braced herself against the car, her knuckles whitening as she pushed to stand. Her legs wobbled, her weight unsteady. His gaze flicked between her and the car, his unease evident. That was bad. "You're lucky it wasn't worse." Her lips parted in a faint response, but the memory of the golden retriever seized her thoughts instead. The leash dragging across the asphalt, its frantic leap. The instant she yanked the wheel, smoke and metal twisting. She shook her head faintly. She'd swerve again, always. The distant wail of sirens sliced through the stillness, growing louder with each passing second. Carol leaned against the doorframe, letting the crisp air fan her flushed skin. The smoke rising from the crumpled hood spiraled into the darkening sky, a physical reminder of how close it had been. "You're sure you're okay?" The man's voice was softer now, less a question and more a quiet plea. She nodded weakly, swallowing against the tightness in her throat. "I'll be fine," she murmured, her voice strained. Red and blue lights danced across the trees as first responders arrived, their movements brisk and deliberate. Flashlights sliced through the twilight, illuminating the shattered glass and bent metal. An EMT crouched beside her, his voice calm but insistent. "You might have a concussion," he said. "We should take you in for a full evaluation." "I don't need it," she replied, her tone firmer than she felt. She shook her head once, winced, then waved off the offer. The EMT hesitated before relenting. As the police drove her home, the world outside the car window was cloaked in deep blue. The street lights blinked one by one, casting fractured shadows over the quiet neighborhood. Carol stepped onto her driveway, the ache in her leg, a steady throb with each step. She paused at her front door, her hand lingering on the handle, as the weight of the evening pressed down on her. The front door clicked shut behind Carol, the silence of her home pressing down on her like a physical weight. She paused in the entryway, her fingers lingering on the knob, as if to steady herself against the echoes of the night. The air inside felt stale, heavy, though she knew it was just her nerves fraying at the edges. Her feet carried her to the bathroom automatically. The light buzzed overhead as she flipped the switch, and the mirror reflected her pale, worn face. Her hair clung to her damp forehead, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion. She looked stuck, as though pieces of the night, of her memories, had followed her inside. She turned on the shower, the sputtering pipe spitting out cold water before it warmed to an almost too hot stream. Steam began to fill the room, clouding the mirror and drawing the sharp lines of her reflection into softer, hazy shapes. She stepped under the spray, letting it soak her hair and roll down her back. The water hit her face, and her hands moved instinctively to cup it, bringing it to her mouth. She swished the warm water back and forth, trying to wash away the lingering metallic tang of the accident. Or maybe something older, something that tasted of regret and braces and the hollow echoes of gymnasium laughter. Her stomach churned as she remembered the drive. She'd had one destination in mind: McDonald's. The thought of a Big Mac meal had been her one motivation after a long, grueling day. The soft sesame bun, the tangy sauce, the crisp lettuce spilling out of the sides, and the fries. She'd imagined dipping those golden sticks of perfection into a packet of ketchup, the salty, crunchy bites washing down perfectly with a cold orange soda. Instead, she'd gotten this: smoke, sirens, and the coppery taste of fear. She swished more water in her mouth and spat it out, annoyed by the chalky feel of her home's hard water. It left an unpleasant residue that clung stubbornly to her tongue, making her crave the clean, crisp sensation of that imagined soda even more. She rinsed again, scrubbing at her teeth with her fingers, wishing for anything to cleanse her palate and clear her mind. The water streaming down her skin began to cool, and she reached for the handle to turn the temperature up again. The shower head sputtered slightly, the pressure wavering before settling. She frowned at it, frustrated with the small imperfections of her old house. It wasn't just the water, it was everything. The way her thoughts spiraled, the way the night had unraveled her plans, the way her body still ached. Her hands slowed as the steam thinned, her movements less frantic now. She leaned against the tiled wall, letting the spray hit her face, her shoulders, the knot of tension in her chest. Her stomach gave a faint, hollow grumble, a pitiful reminder of the meal she hadn't gotten. She closed her eyes and sighed, pushing the thought away, letting the water run until the ache in her head began to dull. Carol stepped out of the shower, her skin still flushed from the heat, tendrils of steam curling behind her as she wrapped herself in a towel. She padded softly to her bedroom, the worn hardwood cool under her damp feet. Opening her dresser drawer, she reached for her favorite pajamas, a pair of soft cotton pants with faded stars and a matching long-sleeve top. The fabric, though a little frayed at the cuffs, felt like comfort itself, a gentle reprieve from the weight of the evening. Dressed, she ran a towel through her hair absent-mindedly, letting it fall over one shoulder as she meandered into the kitchen. Her fingers trailed along the counter as she flicked on the overhead light, illuminating the sparse contents of her home. Opening the fridge, she was greeted by a depressingly bare interior. A half-empty carton of almond milk, a jar of mustard, and a takeout container she didn't trust anymore stared back at her. She sighed, her stomach grumbling faintly in protest. If I ever get stuck here for a week, she thought wryly, I'll die in 2 days, tops. Resigned, she opened the freezer compartment. Frost clung stubbornly to the edges, and she peered into its icy depths until her eyes landed on something. A frozen bolognese pasta dinner, shoved behind a bag of long-forgotten peas. This will have to do, she muttered, pulling it free and squinting at the faded label. The instructions recommended 2 minutes in the microwave, but Carol, ever cautious with frozen dinners, punched in 2:30 for good measure. She leaned against the counter as the microwave hummed, the soft glow of its digital display lighting her face. When it beeped, she retrieved the steaming container, peeling back the plastic film carefully to avoid the inevitable burst of scalding steam. The smell of tomato and over-seasoned meat sauce filled the air. Not exactly gourmet, but it was food. She carried the container into the living room and sank onto the couch, tucking her feet up beneath her. The cushions embraced her tired body, and she balanced the flimsy plastic tray on her lap, spearing a forkful of pasta. It was overcooked on the edges, still a little cold in the middle, but she didn't care. As she ate, the events of the day lingered at the edge of her thoughts, like an unwelcome guest. She pushed them back, focusing instead on the mechanical motion of eating, the soft texture of her pajamas, the faint hum of the refrigerator in the background. When the tray was empty, she set it on the coffee table and leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. The stillness of the room wrapped around her like a cocoon, and for the first time that night, she let herself simply be. The low buzz of her phone broke the heavy silence. Carol blinked, the room around her coming into focus as her thoughts wrestled free from the gravitational pull of the lab. The coffee table wobbled slightly as she grabbed for her phone, her brow knotting at the screen. No number, no name, just a single stark message. They know you're close. Be cautious. The air seemed to grow colder. Her fingers hovered above the screen, her pulse quickening. Slowly, deliberately, she typed back, "Who is this?" She hit send. Nothing happened. The spinning icon on the screen froze, replaced by a glaring red exclamation mark. Message failed to send. Her grip on the phone tightened as she set it back down. The silence of the house, once a comforting reprieve from the chaos of the day, now felt oppressive. Her gaze darted to the darkened corners of the room, to the places the soft pool of light from her lamp didn't quite reach. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen made her flinch. The words of the message replayed in her head, heavy and rhythmic like the tick of a clock. They know. Who? You're close. Close to what? Her chest rose and fell in uneven breaths as the questions chased themselves in loops. She turned her focus inward, reaching for the thread of purpose that had kept her moving all these years. Carol's hands curled into fists as the memories came, unbidden. The 8th grade science textbook she had read cover to cover, its pages a portal into the atomic world. The nights she'd stayed up late with a flashlight, sketching crude diagrams of atoms, imagining what might exist beyond them. It had never been enough to know what made up the world. She wanted to understand what made up the stuff that made up the world, the hidden patterns, the smallest fragments of existence that gave rise to everything. Her quantum resonance detection device wasn't just a project. It was the culmination of a dream, a chance to answer the questions she'd been asking since she was a girl, tracing her fingers over the periodic table, wondering what lay beneath. Her childhood notebooks were filled with musings she didn't have the language for at the time, questions about vibrations, forces, connections. Now she was chasing those answers with tools the world had never seen before, and someone knew. The thought gripped her, coiling tight in her chest. The message had come from nowhere. No sender, no number, but someone out there understood how close she was to what? A breakthrough? A revelation? And if they understood, what might they do to stop her? Her gaze swept back to the coffee table, to the phone screen still glowing faintly, the failed message a mute reminder of her isolation. A tremor ran through her hand as she reached for her sweater, pulling it tight around her shoulders. The room felt smaller now, its shadows creeping in. The walls carried the weight of unspoken warnings, as though they too were waiting for an answer she couldn't yet give. Carol closed her eyes and drew in a shaky breath. The fear sat heavy in her gut, but she wouldn't let it consume her. She'd worked too hard, pushed too far to let someone derail her now. Her resolve hardened. She pressed her palms against her thighs, steadying herself against the tide of unease. She didn't know who was watching or how they'd found her, but she wouldn't stop. She couldn't. Volume 1, Chapter 2, The Language of Water. The morning light seeped weakly through the curtains, painting pale streaks across Carol's bedroom. As she shifted to sit up, a wave of soreness hit her like a freight train. Every muscle seemed to protest, bruised and aching in places she didn't even realize could hurt. Life, she thought, had a cruel sense of humor. Her thin frame shivered, the coldness creeping deep into her bones, a biting reminder of the blanket thief. Damn it, Carol, she chastised herself, remembering how she had kicked the covers off in her restless sleep. Grabbing her robe from the foot of the bed, she shuffled toward Salvation, the dryer. The thought of its warm embrace was the only thing that kept her feet moving on the cold hardwood floor. She opened the door and threw her thick cotton housecoat in, cranking it to a 15-minute cycle. A little patience, she thought, hugging herself tightly. From the kitchen, the chugging sound of the coffee pot pulled her attention. Her brow furrowed. That doesn't sound right. Shuffling closer, she spotted the issue immediately. The filter wasn't seated properly, and coffee had been leaking out, creating a steamy, scalding mess. Mother sucker, she muttered under her breath, twitching as a twinge of pain from her accident shot through her shoulder. Reaching for her rubber oven mitts, she unplugged the machine with a sharp tug and carefully dumped the mess into the sink. The steam billowed upward, fogging her glasses and making her step back instinctively. Coffee grinds clung to the chamber like a stubborn enemy, mocking her. Gingerly, she began dismantling the machine, wiping down every crevice, cleaning out the inner chamber and filter area with a meticulousness born of sheer annoyance. She winced as she bent over, her bruises serving as a constant reminder of yesterday's chaos. Finally, she reassembled the contraption, ensuring the filter was snug in its place this time. Pouring fresh water into the reservoir, she hit the start button with a decisive tap. As the familiar gurgling began, she threw her arms into the air in a silent victory and instantly regretted it. Her body ached in rebellion and she shivered, painfully reminded of how cold she still was. The dryer's buzz broke her train of thought. She shuffled over, opened the door, and pulled out her housecoat. The fabric was thick and soft, holding on to the warmth like a hug. She slipped it on, wrapping it tightly around her, and let out an audible sigh of relief. The heat sank into her skin, spreading through her like a balm. She tucked her hands into the oversized pockets, savoring how the plush cotton soothed her chilled fingers. This, she thought, as she padded back to the kitchen to wait for her coffee, is the best part of the day. She poured a stream of coffee into her favorite ceramic mug, the rich aroma wafting upward, mingling with the faint scent of eucalyptus from the oil diffuser she kept on the counter. Her body felt like it had been run over by the same car she'd swerved to avoid. Every movement carried a sharp reminder of yesterday's crash. She flexed her leg cautiously, the faint throb echoing up to her hip. Carol set the coffee pot back in its place and leaned against the counter, her hands warming against the mug. The first sip was smooth, bitter, and grounding. For a moment, the world felt manageable. Then reality struck. I don't have a car. She grabbed her phone from the counter and typed out a message. Hey, Jameson, can you scoop me up for work? Car's in shop? The response came almost instantly. On my way, she sighed, relief washing over her. Carol moved with deliberate slowness to get ready, careful not to aggravate her knee. She slipped into a soft gray sweater and her favorite pair of jeans, the kind that felt like a second skin. Brushing her hair, she caught her reflection in the mirror, tired eyes but determined. By the time she made it to the front door, Jameson's car was idling in the driveway, the rumble of his ancient Honda Civic filling the quiet morning air. She stepped outside, wincing slightly at the bite of the crisp air on her sore muscles. Jameson rolled down the passenger window, his signature grin waiting. Your chariot awaits, milady. Carol managed a small smile as she climbed in. The interior smelled faintly of fast food and air freshener, a surprisingly comforting mix. Thanks for this, she said, pulling the seatbelt across her lap gingerly. Hey, any excuse to carpool, Jameson said, throwing the car into gear. Plus, I figure I'm doing the environment a favor. As they drove, the city stirred to life around them. The streets were awash in soft morning light, the faint hum of traffic building as people began their commutes. Carol stared out the window, watching as the familiar landmarks of Cambridge slid past. The coffee shops with lines already forming, the students with heavy backpacks trudging toward campus. Everything felt normal, even as her body ached with the reminder of yesterday's chaos. Jameson kept the conversation light, pointing out a particularly audacious squirrel darting across the road or joking about the existential crises of pigeons. Carol chuckled quietly, grateful for the distraction. When they pulled into the parking lot at Lincoln Laboratories, the stark modern facade of the building stood against the brightening sky, its glass reflecting the orange-pink hues of the sunrise. Jameson parked the car, and Carol took a deep breath. Let's make some science happen, Jameson said, grabbing his bag. Carol nodded, stepping out of the car and stretching carefully. Thanks again for the ride. Anytime, he said, walking beside her toward the entrance. As the sliding doors of the lab opened to welcome them, Carol felt a flicker of anticipation. Despite the soreness in her body, There was work to do, and answers to chase. The lab lights hummed faintly, casting a sterile glow over the rows of equipment. Carol sat at her workstation, absently massaging her knee, still tender from the previous day's accident. The ache felt like an unwelcome echo, a sharp reminder of fragility. Across the room, Jameson reclined in his chair, his feet propped on an unused stool. You know, he said, breaking the silence, I found something online that might actually blow your mind. And no, it's not another cat video. Promise. Carol looked up, her expression weary but curious. This better not be some conspiracy about Atlantis. Jameson smirked, holding up his phone. Not even close. Ever hear of Dr. Masaru Emoto? Name doesn't ring a bell, Carol replied, adjusting her posture. Well, Jameson said, rolling his chair closer, he was this Japanese researcher who believed that water could reflect the intentions or emotions projected onto it. Sounds crazy, right? But wait till you see this. He tapped his screen, pulling up a video. The camera panned across a laboratory setup, trays of water samples, freezing chambers, and a high-powered microscope. A narrator's calm voice began, Doctor, Emoto's experiments explore the relationship between intention, sound, and molecular structure. By exposing water to music, spoken words, and even written phrases, he documented how these energies influence the crystallization process during freezing. The first image appeared on the screen. It showed a water crystal exposed to classical music, Mozart to be exact. It looked otherworldly, like a snowflake under a divine spell, its structure impossibly intricate, symmetrical, and mesmerizing. Next came gospel music. The crystals radiated warmth and balance, their forms softer but equally harmonious, as if the sound itself had wrapped the water in a comforting embrace. Then the tone shifted. Heavy metal music was played for the water, and when frozen, the crystals appeared jagged, chaotic, and broken. They lacked the balance and symmetry of the others, as though the sound had torn through the molecular cohesion. Carol leaned forward, her skepticism giving way to fascination. The video transitioned to experiments with words. Water exposed to the spoken phrase, thank you, formed crystals that were breathtakingly symmetrical, like tiny diamonds crafted in perfect geometry. Love and gratitude produced patterns so intricate they seemed almost alive, their edges glimmering under the microscope like fragments of a celestial tapestry. But when hateful words were used, phrases like, I hate you or you're worthless, the results were shocking. The crystals shattered, fragmented into amorphous shapes that seemed to resist order altogether. The narrator explained, it's as if the water absorbed the emotional resonance of the words, reflecting them in physical form. Carol blinked at the screen, her mind racing. So, water reacts to intention? Emotion? That's crazy? Jameson offered, grinning. Sure, but isn't it also kind of amazing? I mean, if water, something so basic, can hold and reflect intention, what does that say about the rest of the universe? Carol sat back, running her fingers through her hair. The implications of the experiment rippled through her thoughts. If the molecular structure of water could change based on sound and words, what did that mean for their work on resonance, on the nature of reality itself? Jameson broke the silence. You think it's real or just pseudoscience fluff? Carol didn't answer immediately. Her gaze lingered on the final image, one of shattered crystals, malformed and chaotic. The idea was wild, almost absurd. But as a scientist chasing unseen frequencies and patterns in the quantum world, she couldn't dismiss it entirely. Finally, she said, I don't know, but I think it's worth looking into. If intention can shape water, maybe it can shape other things too. Maybe even us. Jameson gave her a lopsided grin. Now you're getting it, Doc. The screen dimmed, but the resonance of what they'd seen lingered, filling the room like an unspoken question. Carol's eyes stayed fixed on the screen, her mind buzzing. The images she had just witnessed felt less like science fiction and more like a door cracking open to something deeper. She reached out, fingers grazing the edge of the keyboard, and rewound the video. The smooth rewind felt deliberate, almost ceremonial. A glimpse of the snowflake-like patterns returned, water exposed to Mozart, its crystalline structure glowing with order and elegance. She paused, letting the image fill the screen again. Her breath hitched slightly as her thoughts unraveled. 8 months, 8 months of sleepless nights and countless recalibrations. She had poured herself into her quantum resonance detection device, obsessed with the idea that the universe wasn't just random chaos, but a symphony of vibrations. Her goal wasn't just to measure those vibrations, but to decode them, to read the unseen patterns written into the very fabric of existence. As she hit play, the gospel music segment returned. The crystal's patterns were softer this time, almost alive. Carol leaned forward, her breath fogging the corner of the screen for a moment. She had to pause again, needing to see it. She adjusted the brightness, sharpening the intricate geometry. Carol, Jameson's voice broke through, you're going to burn a hole in that screen. I need to see it again, she murmured, almost to herself. The feed moved to the next frame, water shattered and jagged, its harmony obliterated by the discordant vibrations of heavy metal. Carol tilted her head, her fingers brushing her temple as if trying to push the idea deeper into her skull. Chaos, she whispered, the word more a breath than a statement. What's that? Jameson asked, swiveling his chair around to face her fully. Chaos, Carol repeated, louder this time. It's not random, not really. The water doesn't just break apart, it reorganizes. Even in chaos, there's structure, just harder to see. Jameson folded his arms, leaning back with a thoughtful frown. You're saying everything leaves a signature, even the bad stuff? Carol didn't respond immediately. Instead, she rewound the segment again, this time to the section where kind words like thank you and I love you produced crystals so perfect they looked celestial. What if, she started, her voice trailing off as the crystalline forms shimmered on the screen. What if what? Jameson prompted. She hit pause, staring at the frozen patterns. What if resonance is a language? What if it's not just sound or vibration, it's meaning, intention shaping matter at its most fundamental level? Jameson blinked. So, what? We're all just walking water bottles, waiting for a pep talk? A flicker of amusement tugged at the corner of Carol's mouth. Maybe. She hit play again, her eyes drawn to the perfect crystalline forms that appeared under Mozart's influence. The narrator's voice droned on in the background, but Carol's mind filled with her own thoughts. The human body is, on average, 60% water. For newborns, it's closer to 75%. Her fingers flexed as she leaned forward, letting the images wash over her. She thought about how much better she always felt when she listened to Mozart during late-night work sessions or when someone gave her an unexpected compliment. I feel better just looking at these snowflakes. The thought was fleeting, but it carried weight. The video reached the end again, pausing on the image of jagged, chaotic crystals distorted by harsh words and discordant music. She rewound to the harmonious snowflakes and let it play again, as if the beauty in the patterns might seep into her. Very interesting, she murmured, mostly to herself. Jameson cocked an eyebrow. What's that? Carol leaned back in her chair, letting her gaze shift to the sleek device sitting on her workbench. Its surface gleamed under the cold lab lights, a silent sentinel to her months of work. It wasn't just a machine anymore. It's fascinating, she said. If resonance truly is a language, then this, she gestured toward the device, is a translator. Maybe we're closer to understanding the universe than we think. She flexed her hand again, the ache in her knee a faint echo of the accident. For the first time in weeks, she felt the edges of excitement tugging at her, like she was on the verge of something extraordinary. The patterns on the screen lingered in her mind, each one a reminder that beauty, harmony, and chaos weren't just metaphors. They were instructions written into the world itself. After several hours of steady work, Jameson leaned back in his chair with a groan, rubbing the back of his neck. He glanced at the clock, his stomach growling just loud enough to break the silence. Well, that's my limit for the morning. I'm grabbing lunch. You coming? Carol, still hunched over the quantum device, shook her head without looking up. I'm good. I'll stay and run a few more tests. Jameson hesitated, his brow furrowed. You sure? You've been at this since morning. Take a break, Hopkins. I'm fine, she insisted, offering a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Besides, the sooner I figure this out, the better I'll sleep tonight. Jameson sighed, grabbing his jacket. Your loss. Text me if you change your mind, yeah? Will do. Carol said, already turning back to the console as Jameson headed for the door, the faint click echoing in the quiet lab. She stood before the quantum device, its sleek, mirrored surface reflecting the overhead lights in fractured streaks. Her fingers lightly traced the edge of the console as though coaxing it to life. Am I ever going to get this little guy working properly? She muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible in the empty room. The screen flickered faintly, the machine's internal systems quietly cycling through diagnostics. It feels so far off, she thought, her shoulders slumping. Leaning forward, she squinted at the device's display. The numbers on the screen blurred as her mind wandered, pulled back to the message she'd received the night before. They know you're close. The words echoed in her head, heavy and ominous. She had tried to dissect their meaning in the hours since, but the creepy nature of the message only deepened her unease. Why so cryptic? She wondered for the 100th time. If someone knows something, why not just say it outright? She rubbed her temples, her focus on the device dissolving as her thoughts tangled. Her phone, sitting on the edge of her workstation, seemed to draw her attention like a magnet. She picked it up, scrolling absently through the inbox. The unsent reply, still sitting there with its bright red exclamation mark. Thomas? She murmured, her voice a whisper of hope. He'll be back tomorrow from his trip. The thought steadied her, offering a fleeting sense of relief. I'll talk to him about it. Carol set the phone down and exhaled deeply. Her gaze shifted back to the quantum device, its quiet hum almost soothing. She pressed a few buttons, starting another calibration cycle. All right, little guy, she said softly, her fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the console. Let's try this again. Volume 1, Chapter 3, Jeep Ditches and Quantum Glitches. Thomas Ettinger adjusted his glasses as he entered the bustling Tim Hortons, scanning the tables for his companions. The unmistakable aroma of freshly brewed coffee and donuts filled the air, a nostalgic scent for him whenever he returned to Toronto. He'd barely stepped inside when he spotted Sandra Patel waving him over. Beside her, his brother Kevin was already halfway through what appeared to be a double-double and a chocolate donut. Tommy! Kevin called out with a grin, getting up to give Thomas a firm clap on the back. Been too long, eh? Sandra rose to greet him as well, smiling warmly. Thomas, glad you could finally join us. It's not every day we get one of MIT's top researchers to slum it at a humble Timmy's. Good to see you both. Thomas smiled, taking a seat. Couldn't miss the chance to catch up, and besides, Tim Hortons is about as Canadian as it gets. Kevin leaned back in his chair with a grin. I was just telling Sandra about your brilliant brotherly influence. You know, sharing the wisdom I've picked up hanging around all these quantum physics professors. Oh, yeah? Thomas raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of his coffee. And what pearls of wisdom have you shared exactly? Kevin tapped his chin thoughtfully. Well, for starters, I compared marriage to a mosh pit. You see, you think it's going to be fun, you're all excited, and then halfway in, you're like, what am I doing here? Sandra laughed, shaking her head. Please tell me you're joking. Half joking, Kevin grinned. Anyway, I'm just here to absorb some of your highbrow science. Maybe learn what makes you two so important to the world. Thomas smirked, glancing at Sandra. Speaking of highbrow science, Sandra, I heard the Nobel for Physics went to those working on quantum entanglement last year. I'd bet you were thrilled. Oh, absolutely. Sandra's eyes lit up, her passion evident. Alain Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger, their work is groundbreaking. They took this weird, spooky action at a distance phenomenon Einstein doubted and proved it, experimentally. Kevin blinked. Wait, spooky action at a distance? Is that the technical term? Sandra laughed, glancing at Thomas. Pretty much. Einstein coined the phrase, actually. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea that two particles could be entangled. That is, connected in such a way that changing one instantly affects the other, no matter how far apart they are. And now we know it's real. These guys proved it. Thomas nodded, leaning in. It's one of the most important discoveries for understanding the quantum world. Entanglement challenges everything we think we know about space and time. Einstein thought it was impossible because he believed in hidden variables, undiscovered properties that would explain why particles behave as they do without breaking the speed of light. Kevin sipped his coffee, brow furrowing. So, like, what? You tinker with one particle here, and its twin in the Andromeda galaxy suddenly does the cha-cha? Sandra chuckled. Pretty much, Kev, but not just a cha-cha. Let's say you observe one particle's spin, and instantly, its entangled counterpart's spin will reflect that observation, even across galaxies. And no hidden strings, right? Kevin asked, scratching his head. Exactly, Thomas said, clearly enjoying Kevin's attempt to follow. They're entangled, and it's instant. No hidden strings or signals zipping through space. Kevin put down his coffee, leaning back with mock seriousness. You know, Tommy, with all due respect, if I try explaining this to anyone, they're gonna think I've had too many beers. The three laughed, and Sandra leaned forward, shifting the topic. Actually, Thomas, did you hear about the recent experiment on negative time? It's one of the wildest things I've come across in recent years. Thomas nodded, his interest piqued. Of course, Daniela Angelo's work at the University of Toronto. I read about it. They found photons could exit an atomic cloud before they entered it, right? Kevin stared at them, blinking. Whoa, hold on. Are we saying light particles are now running in reverse like a movie rewind? Because for the record, if I could have backed out of my mosh pit marriage halfway through... Not quite, Kev, Sandra said, laughing. It's more subtle than that. So, photons, those tiny particles of light, are passing through a cloud of ultra-cold atoms. Now, when we observe these photons moving through the atoms, they seem to create a time delay, something we call group delay. But here's where it gets strange. Sometimes the photons appear to exit before they even enter the cloud. Kevin's eyes widened, clearly caught between awe and total confusion. You're telling me these light particles have mastered time travel? Because that sounds exactly like how my buddy claims he can party till 4 and still make it to work by 6. Thomas laughed, shaking his head. Not quite. What Sandra's saying is that these particles don't exactly travel backward in time. Quantum particles operate in probabilistic ranges. So for photons, the time they take to transit a medium isn't fixed. It can vary wildly. In some cases, it appears as though the particle has exited the medium faster than it should have, giving a kind of negative time reading. Kevin leaned back, grinning. So, basically, photons get a pass to break the rules while the rest of us are stuck obeying traffic laws. Sandra smirked. Think of it this way. Photons don't experience time the way we do. Imagine we have a clock to measure how much time atoms spend excited, right? In some cases, under the right conditions, the clock could actually run backward for a tiny fraction of a second. It's not time travel, but it's certainly a unique experience of time. Kevin let out a low whistle. You know, Tommy, working for Carol must really keep you on your toes. Does she know you're sneaking off to Timmy's for quantum brainstorming? Thomas smirked. If Carol finds out, she'll probably tell me to bring her a donut next time. But seriously, working in her lab means always being a step behind her curiosity. She's always asking the questions no one else thinks to ask. Kevin raised his cup in mock celebration. To Carol and her big brain. Let's hope she doesn't discover the secret to splitting timelines. Lord knows one of me is enough. Sandra chuckled. And on that note, Kev, how about a refill? You're more quantum energy than caffeine at this point. As Kevin got up, still muttering about photons breaking the rules, Sandra and Thomas exchanged a knowing look. The conversation was light, but the weight of their work lingered in the air, a quiet undercurrent beneath the laughter. Sandra took the opportunity to lean in slightly. And you? How's the research coming? Any headway? Thomas exhaled slowly, his gaze dropping to the table. Nah, she's been a rough road so far, he admitted, his voice lower, as though speaking the words aloud gave them extra weight. We're missing something for sure. It's like having a puzzle with one corner piece gone. You can see most of the picture, but it doesn't feel complete. He paused, tapping his finger lightly on the rim of his coffee cup. His eyes drifted upward, focusing on something unseen. Big guy willing, he said with a faint smile, motioning air quotes with his hands. We'll end this. Hurry up and wait routine. Sandra chuckled softly, sensing the frustration hidden beneath his calm demeanor. Sounds like the universe doesn't want to give up its secrets without a fight. Thomas smirked, meeting her eyes. Yeah, but you know what? That's what makes it worth it. If it were easy, we wouldn't need people like us chasing after it. They fell into an easy rhythm of idle chatter, the kind that wasn't about solving mysteries or changing the world, but simply enjoying a rare, quiet moment. Kevin returned moments later, his coffee in hand and a mischievous grin on his face. All right, nerds, what did I miss? Solve quantum gravity while I was gone? Thomas chuckled, his earlier seriousness lifting slightly as Kevin plopped back into his seat. Good timing, Kev. We were just deciding who's buying the next round of donuts. Sandra leaned forward with a mischievous grin, her elbows resting on the table. So, there has to be some fun stories you two have for me, no? Kevin and Thomas exchanged a look, a smirk tugging at Thomas's lips as Kevin groaned, already knowing where this was going. Well, Thomas began, leaning back in his chair, his voice laced with faux seriousness. There was that time, I don't know what the hell you were thinking, Kev, when you bought a two-wheel drive, topless Jeep. Kevin rolled his eyes, already bracing for impact. We were on our way to the drive-in theater, Thomas continued, Sandra now fully tuned in. It was me, Kev, Claire, and Debbie. Date time. The girls Kevin swore were totally into him. They were, Kevin protested, though his ears were already reddening. Right, Thomas said with a grin before turning his focus to Sandra. So, we're cruising along this gravel road, this bumpy, endless mess of a road, trying to get to the drive-in. Everything's going great. The girls are laughing. Kev's trying to act all suave, doing his Kevin thing. Sandra nodded, clearly enjoying the setup. But then I noticed something, Thomas said, leaning in conspiratorially. Kev starts squirming, like bad. He's got one hand on the wheel and the other on his stomach. His face? Bright red, teeth white, clenched above his lower lip. And then he lets out this little whimper. Sandra's eyes widened as she started giggling. What was it? Thomas grinned, pausing for effect. Oh, it was bad. He didn't say a word at first, just kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye, all flushed. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Claire and Debbie are bouncing around on that awful Jeep bench seat, totally oblivious. Thomas, Kevin warned, but his brother was already in too deep. And then, Thomas continued, his voice rising, Kev mutters, real quiet, like he's praying, I don't think I can make it. Sandra burst out laughing, her voice too loud for the room, drawing glances from nearby tables. Kevin buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking as Thomas powered on. Turns out, Thomas said, his laughter bubbling up, Kev had to poop, badly. Sandra gasped, barely able to keep herself upright as Thomas painted the picture. Next thing I know, Thomas said, tears forming in his eyes, we're halfway down this gravel road and Kev starts panicking. I can't hold it, he airs out. The turtle's poking his head out of the shell. Sandra clapped a hand over her mouth, shaking with laughter. Even nearby patrons, clearly eavesdropping, started chuckling. And then, Thomas said, his voice cracking, Kev swerves the Jeep straight into the ditch. I had to, Kevin interjected, half laughing, half defensive. The girls are screaming, Thomas continued, and Kev just bails. He jumps out of the Jeep, clutching his stomach, and takes off running, with the Jeep still slow rolling. And the best part, he paused, leaning forward, his grin mischievous. The best part, Thomas said, his voice barely steady, is that he runs right in front of the headlights. So all I see... Sandra leaned in, ready to burst. All I see, Thomas wheezed, is Kev's little white cheeks shining like a full moon as he bolts into the bushes, attempting to drop his blue jeans to get ahead of it. The table erupted in laughter, Sandra holding her stomach as her breath hitched. Kevin, his face bright red, couldn't help but join in, shaking his head. I don't even know why I ran that way, Kevin exclaimed, throwing up his hands. Sandra tried to catch her breath, wiping her eyes. You two are ridiculous. Love you, Sanny, Thomas said between gasps, raising his coffee cup in a mock toast. Yeah, love you, Kevin echoed, smirking. Sandra, still catching her breath from the laughter, waved her hand in front of her face, trying to regain composure. Wait, she said, giggling as she motioned towards her backside with her hands, her brow furrowing in mock confusion. How did you... She hesitated, her fingers moving sideways in an exaggerated, questioning gesture. Kevin, already smirking, leaned back in his chair, clearly enjoying her curiosity. You mean, wipe my bum? Sandra nodded, her laughter bubbling up again, unable to hold it back. Kevin straightened his posture, looking far too proud for someone recounting a story like this. Well, he said, pausing dramatically, Calvin Klein's can do a nice cleanup in a pinch. Thomas's laughter erupted first, a loud bark that echoed through the cafe. Sandra covered her mouth, shaking her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. You did not? Oh, I did, Kevin said with mock seriousness. Kevin shrugged nonchalantly, leaning into the absurdity of the moment. When nature calls, you answer, even if it means saying goodbye to the Calvin Kleins. Their laughter filled the cafe again, drawing more amused glances from other patrons. Sandra shook her head, wiping tears from her face. I can't believe you just... Calvin Klein's. That's legendary. Kevin raised his coffee cup like a toast. Survival 101, Sanny. Always be ready to improvise. Sandra tried to protest, but the giggles overtook her again, leaving the table in fits of laughter as Kevin basked in his self-proclaimed triumph. Thomas leaned back in his chair, swirling the last bit of his coffee. So, he said casually, glancing at Kevin, how's the job hunt going? Kevin, mid-sip, froze dramatically, his eyes narrowing at his brother. He waved the question away like swatting a fly. Nah, we're not doing that today. You don't get off that easy, Tommy. Thomas sighed, already sensing where this was headed. Oh boy, here we go. Sandra looked between them, confused but intrigued. Wait, what's happening? Kevin straightened up, his grin widening. What's happening, Sandra? Is that I've got a story about this guy that's too good not to share. Thomas groaned, rubbing his temples. I knew it. Sandra leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. All right, I'm listening. Kevin set down his mug, relishing the moment. Picture it. Little Tommy, about 9 years old. Mom gets him all cleaned up and into these fresh, spotless pajamas. One of those sets with matching tops and bottoms, probably with rockets on them or something. It's still daylight out, and all the neighborhood kids are running around outside, screaming and laughing, having the time of their lives. Sandra's lips twitched into a smile. And there's Tommy, Kevin continued, his tone rising in mock drama, standing at the screen door like a caged animal, nose practically pressed against the mesh, watching them. Mom walks by, sees him, and says, Don't even think about going outside in those clean pajamas, Thomas. Thomas frowned, trying to recall the memory. I don't... Kevin waved him off. Shush, you'll ruin the magic. So Mom goes upstairs thinking her little angel is obeying her. She comes back down a while later to get him ready for bed, and what does she find? Kevin paused, savoring the moment. The screen door wide open, the pajamas in a crumpled heap on the floor, and little Tommy nowhere to be found. Sandra gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. No way! Oh yes, Kevin said, barely able to contain his laughter. She looks outside, and there he is, bare as the day he was born, running around with the other kids like nothing's wrong, just living his best life, streaking through the yard. Sandra burst into laughter, her face red as she tried to catch her breath. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious! Thomas shook his head, his face a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Well, in my defense, she didn't say I couldn't go outside without the pajamas. Kevin smacked the table, laughing harder. Classic lawyer logic. Even at 9, Tommy was out here finding loopholes. Sandra wiped a tear from her eye, still giggling. I can't believe that actually happened. Thomas shrugged, a smirk forming. What can I say? I was a free spirit. The three of them dissolved into laughter, the story drawing smiles from nearby tables as the coffee shop buzzed with its usual afternoon energy. Even Thomas couldn't deny the joy in reliving the absurd moment, especially when it made his brother and Sandra laugh so hard. It was one of those rare, perfect memories that only siblings could tell and retell with such flair. Kevin stirred his coffee, watching the faint ripples swirl and fade. To answer your question, not so well, he said with a shrug, his tone lighter than his expression. Stuff I'm seeing is boring, I think, so far, just not sparking anything, you know. Thomas raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. You mean to tell me you, Mr. Cleverpants, can't find something you like? Come on, Kev. Kevin gave a faint smirk, but didn't respond, his focus shifting to the foam sliding down the side of his mug. Sandra, who had been quietly observing, set her cup down decisively. Hmm, she said, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the table. There's a friend of mine, Nicholas. He works in, let's call it an unconventional field. I'll reach out. You might hear from him, okay? Kevin looked up, intrigued, his grin growing. Great. That'd be great, Sanny. Don't thank me yet, Sandra said with a wink. He's an acquired taste, but you two might click. Thomas watched the exchange with a playful grin. See, Kev? It's all about connections. You're lucky I drag you along to meet interesting people like Sandra here. Kevin rolled his eyes but chuckled. Oh, sure. All hail Big Bro, the networking guru. The three laughed as the conversation shifted to lighter topics, the camaraderie in their shared moments carrying them into the late afternoon. Volume 1, Chapter 4, The Package. The line at Luna Cafe had been interminable, the crowd slow-moving and chatty in ways that frayed Jameson's nerves. By the time he finally got his order, a single coffee and an apple fritter, it was lukewarm frustration, not caffeine, that propelled him toward the lab. His morning had been a comedy of errors, a toilet that refused to flush, a shower that sputtered lukewarm water, and traffic that seemed choreographed to test his patience. As he pushed through the lobby's double doors, the pace of students rushing to class felt tedious to navigate. Their jostling backpacks and distracted chatter added another layer of annoyance to his already sour mood. Balancing the coffee and fritter, he weaved through the crowd and finally reached the elevator, his jaw tight with irritation. Jameson, my friend! Jameson turned to see Neeraj weaving his bike through the crowd, the small package strapped to his basket bouncing with every step. Neeraj's face lit up as he spotted Jameson, his hand shooting up in a wave. Morning, Neeraj, Jameson said, forcing a smile despite himself. Neeraj parked the bike and stepped closer, peering at Jameson's face with exaggerated concern. You look, what is word? Angry? No, grumpy. He grinned, nodding as if he'd solved a riddle. Bad morning, huh? Jameson sighed, shifting the fritter bag. Yeah, something like that. Neeraj squinted at him and then brightened. Okay, I fix. You like joke, yes? Listen, how Moses make tea, you know? Jameson raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching. No, Neeraj. How does Moses make tea? He brews it! Neeraj's triumphant laughter filled the air, his shoulders shaking as if he couldn't believe his own brilliance. Jameson groaned, rolling his eyes, but unable to suppress a smile. That's awful. Truly awful. No, it's best joke. See? You smile now, Neeraj said, beaming. He handed Jameson a small package. Here, for Carol. Tell her, Neeraj is best courier in city. Jameson chuckled, taking the package. I'll be sure to let her know. Thanks, Neeraj. Neeraj gave a thumbs up, already wheeling his bike toward the exit. Okay, Jameson, remember, bad morning no last forever, just like bad joke. Jameson shook his head, laughing softly as he stepped into the elevator. Neeraj's English wasn't perfect, but his unshakable positivity was. By the time the doors closed, Jameson realized his foul mood had mostly dissolved, replaced with the faintest glimmer of amusement. Back in the lab, Jameson found Carol hunched over her workstation, the faint hum of her prototype filling the room. Morning, he called, setting the coffee and fritter on the counter with deliberate care. You'll want this while it's still warm. Carol turned, her eyes immediately locking onto the fritter. The sweet, spiced aroma reached her before the words registered. You're the best, she murmured, already reaching for it. Jameson held up the package. Oh, and Neeraj left this for you. Said it's from your favorite courier. She gave a distracted nod, her attention fully on the fritter now. The first bite was pure bliss, the warm dough giving way to the tang of apple and cinnamon. Her face softened, the tension of the morning easing with each chew. You're a lifesaver, she said between bites, her tone filled with genuine gratitude. Jameson smirked, grabbing a notepad from her desk. Glad it's doing the trick. Got anything for me before I head back out? Carol tore off another bite, gesturing to a handwritten list she'd prepared earlier. Library run. I need these 3 theses. Should be on the second floor archives. I'd get them myself, but I've got my hands full. On it, Jameson replied, tucking the list into his pocket. See you in an hour. The door clicked shut behind him, and the lab fell quiet again. Carol savored one last bite of the fritter before turning her attention to the package. The plain box sat on Carol's desk, sealed tight with tape. She sliced it open, the blade's soft hiss breaking the stillness. Inside, an orange USB drive rested in a nest of plain packaging material. On top was a folded note, its letters scrawled in uneven green crayon. They know. Let's talk. Use USB. Her breath hitched as she read it, the memory of the text from her accident rushing back. They know you're close. Be cautious. Her leg tensed beneath the desk, a faint quiver running through her knee as if remembering the brace from her childhood. The ache was phantom but insistent, threading her unease into a physical coil. She rubbed her leg absently, her thoughts caught in the absurdity of the crayon. Green crayon? It was too innocent, as if whoever sent it wanted to soften a sharper intent or mock her. Her fingers rolled the USB drive over and over. Ordinary, featureless. Yet it felt impossibly heavy in her hand. Plugging it into her lab system was out of the question. The risks were too high. Data leaks, corrupted files, or worse. Sliding the USB into her pocket, she balled up the note and dropped it into the trash. The lab's faint hum swelled around her, pressing at her nerves. She turned toward the prototype on her bench, desperate to refocus. The readings were still there, faint vibrations pulsing across the monitor, steady but incomprehensible. The patterns defied logic, their rhythm oddly intentional, almost alive. She leaned closer, adjusting the sensors and scribbling notes, but the numbers refused to yield clarity. The lab door slid open. Jameson strolled in, balancing a thick stack of theses. His slightly frazzled demeanor suggested the trip to the library hadn't improved his mood. Got your list, he announced, dropping the stack on her desk with a satisfying thud. They're obsessed with security down there. Took forever to check these out. Carol barely glanced up, her attention darting between the screen and the USB in her pocket. Thanks, Jameson, she said. The words clipped as she reached for her phone, which buzzed insistently beside her. Thomas, flight lands at 5 p.m., Terminal C. Can you pick me up? She sighed, glancing at the clock. The thought of braving Boston's chaotic roads and the endless maze of Logan Airport made her head throb. Her fingers flew across the screen in response. Carol, I got you. But as soon as she sent it, she turned to Jameson. Actually, I've got one more errand for you, she said, fishing her car keys from her bag. Thomas needs a ride from the airport. Terminal C at 5. Take my rental car. Jameson blinked, then grinned knowingly. Oh, I see. Delegate the fun stuff to me, huh? You're the best, she said with a wry smile. Besides, it'll give you some time to catch up. Later that day, Jameson leaned on the side of Carol's rental car at Terminal C, his fingers tapping a beat on the roof as he scanned the bustling curb. A sea of travelers swirled past, but Thomas stood out in his signature tweed jacket, a rolling suitcase trailing behind him. Jameson smirked as Thomas locked eyes with him, one brow arched in mild surprise before he approached. Well, this is unexpected, Thomas said, sliding into the passenger seat and dropping his bag onto the back seat. I was half expecting Carol. Jameson shrugged as he merged back into traffic. She's in full mad scientist mode back at the lab. Apparently, I've been drafted into the chauffeur corps. Lucky you. The car groaned its discontent as Jameson and Thomas drove toward the lab, the occasional rattle from somewhere under the dashboard punctuating their conversation. Every bump in the road was met with a disconcerting squeak from the rear suspension like a chorus of disgruntled rodents. Jameson gave the steering wheel a resigned pat. This thing's begging for retirement, he muttered. Thomas nodded, wincing as another pothole elicited a metallic clank. I'm no mechanic, but I'm pretty sure cars aren't supposed to sound like an orchestra of dying appliances. The two exchanged a look, half amused, half concerned, before the rattles filled the silence again. How was Toronto? Jameson asked. I assume Kev's still Kevin? Thomas chuckled, leaning back in his seat. Toronto was good. And yes, Kevin is Kevin. He still has an endless supply of opinions, most of them aimed at my wardrobe. He did tell me to give Carol his regards, though. Big step for him, considering he's never met her. Jameson laughed. Typical. Bet he's angling for an invite to the lab. Probably wants to teach us all his deep theories on quantum physics. Let's hope not, Thomas said, shaking his head. Sometimes I think Kev's just smart enough to not chew on his arm when he's hungry. That earned a snort from Jameson. You're cruel but fair. As they weaved through the maze of Boston streets, Thomas adjusted in his seat. So what's the latest on Carol's project? Any breakthroughs? Jameson let out a breath. Breakthroughs? Not so much. More like a steady stream of, what if we try this? Followed by catastrophic failure. But hey, progress is progress. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. It'll come together. She's too driven for it not to. True, Jameson said, his voice lighter. But between you and me, I think she's going to work herself into an early grave if she doesn't pace herself. You're her friend. Maybe you could remind her food and sleep are important? Thomas smirked. I'll see what I can do. Not sure I'm the best role model for balance, though. Jameson laughed, pulling into the parking lot outside the lab. The building's sleek facade gleamed in the fading sunlight. Jameson and Thomas stepped out of the rattling rental, its engine coughing dramatically as Jameson turned the key to shut it off. The two men exchanged a look, standing in the fading evening light outside the lab. Should we just put it out of its misery? Thomas asked, gesturing toward the car with a wry smirk. Jameson tilted his head. Feels like the humane thing to do. I mean, did you hear that clunk when I parked? It sounded like a robot having a nervous breakdown. Thomas chuckled as they walked toward the lab's sliding doors. Seriously, though, why a rental? What happened to Carol's car? Jameson blinked, realization dawning as if the question hadn't occurred to him. Huh, good point. Why are we stuck driving the clunker? The doors slid open with a soft whoosh, and they stepped into the lab, greeted by the hum of Carol's ever-working machinery. She stood at her workstation, a mug of tea in hand, glancing up as they entered. Evening, gentlemen, what's with the faces? She asked, noting their slightly frazzled expressions. Thomas gestured dramatically back toward the parking lot. We're just curious why we're risking our lives in a rental that sounds like it's one loose bolt away from collapse. Carol chuckled softly, setting down her mug. Oh, right. My car's in the shop. I had a little accident yesterday. Nothing major, just a fender bender. Jameson's brows shot up. And you're just mentioning this now? Are you okay? I'm fine, she said, waving off his concern. Some bruises, a little soreness, but the car's out of commission for now. Thomas crossed his arms, leaning against the lab counter. You didn't think to call one of us? We could have helped, you know. I appreciate the thought, but it wasn't that big of a deal, Carol replied, smiling. Besides, the rental adds a little excitement to your day, doesn't it? Jameson shook his head, laughing. Excitement isn't the word I'd use. Carol grinned, taking a sip of her tea. You survived, didn't you? Just barely, Thomas quipped, joining in the laughter. Be careful, please, Carol. That thing's not far from another accident. Jameson stretched dramatically, grabbing his jacket from the back of a nearby chair. All right, folks, I'm officially clocking out before I start dreaming in ones and zeros. Besides, I could eat an ox. Carol waved him off with a distracted smile. Good night, Jameson. Thomas chuckled. Don't chew on your arm before you eat. No promises, Jameson shot back with a grin. He strode out, his footsteps echoing down the hall until they faded into silence. Carol turned to Thomas, her face shifting from casual to serious. Okay, now that he's gone... Thomas raised a brow. What's up? You've got that I've been holding this in all day look. Carol hesitated, crossing her arms as she walked over to her workstation. She picked up her phone and the small, unmarked package that had been sitting near her keyboard. I've been sitting on this since this morning. Recalling that apple fritter, her eyes motioned upwards. Thomas leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. What is it? Carol set the package down, picking up a small orange USB drive from inside it. After the accident yesterday, I got this text. It said, they know you're close. Be cautious. Then this package showed up at my door. No return address, no note, just this thing. Thomas squinted at the USB, then to the note, the crude writing on its surface. Is that green crayon? Yep, Carol said with a tired laugh. Bright orange USB, note scribbled on with crayon. It's bizarre, but I don't think it's a prank. Thomas frowned. Why not? Because of the text, Carol explained, and because of what I'm working on here. DARPA funds this whole lab. My project is their baby. They're not exactly subtle when it comes to guarding their investments, and I've only been here 8 months. Thomas folded his arms, his expression growing serious. You're saying someone's watching you? Monitoring your work? Why would they send this if they're already on the inside? Carol shook her head. I don't know. That's why I want to figure out what's on this USB, but there's no way I'm plugging it into anything here. Not with DARPA's eyes on every corner of this place. So, what's your plan? There's a hotel up the street, she said. A few terminals, no connection to anything here. It's my best shot at checking this out without setting off 100 alarms. Thomas frowned. That sounds risky. If someone's watching you, they might already know you have this thing. And if this is some kind of trap... Carol cut him off with a sigh. I get it, Thomas. I do. But I can't just ignore this. What if it's something critical? What if someone's trying to warn me about, I don't know, DARPA themselves? Her fingers taped against her pocket, her gaze flicking between the lab doors and the floor beneath her feet, as though the answers to her growing questions might be written somewhere in the cracks of the tiles. Thomas ran a hand through his thinning hair, pacing a tight circle. Fine, but I'm coming with you. No way you're walking into this alone. Carol managed a small smile. Thanks. I was hoping you'd say that. She slipped the USB into her pocket as they headed toward the door. The lab's lights dimmed automatically behind them, leaving the faint hum of equipment as they stepped into the quiet hallway, their shared resolve palpable in the still air. Volume 1, Chapter 5, Poolside Revelations. The sun beamed over Ossie's backyard, casting a golden glow across the sparkling pool. Kids laughed and shouted as they splashed, a football sailing back and forth above the water. The soft strains of classic rock mixed with the cheerful chaos, creating a soundtrack that felt effortlessly perfect. Near the pool, a group of men lounged in shaded chairs, cold drinks in hand, with a decent-sized outdoor TV nearby broadcasting the NFL game. Ossie, known for his prowess in both cooking and storytelling, stood by the smoker near the patio. He carefully unwrapped the butcher paper covering a massive brisket, the bark a perfect caramelized crust. With a thermometer in hand, he checked the internal temperature. 195, he announced to himself, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Time to rest. He rewrapped the brisket and placed it in a cooler to rest for 45 minutes. Then, wiping his hands on a towel, he turned to the group. All right, boys, brisket's in its timeout. Give it 45, and we'll feast. Milsey leaned back in his chair, tipping his hat. You be a cruel man, Ossie, making us wait like this. You know I can smell that thing from here, right? Patience, my friend. Good brisket takes time, and great brisket takes a little more, Ossie replied, grabbing a cold can of You Bet from the mini fridge and held it up like a trophy. Discovered these beauties at the liquor board store last week, he said, his tone proud. Phantom Distilleries, local guys making vodka iced tea magic. Linnell loves them, and I gotta say, they're dangerously good. Smooth, sweet, with just the right kick. He cracked the can open, the satisfying hiss drawing a few raised eyebrows. Telling you fellas, this stuff's a game changer. Bubbles, lounging in a chair near the TV, glanced over with a smirk. Still better than waiting for Milsey to finish a story. At least brisket doesn't ramble. Philly laughed, raising his cup. 2 points to Bubbles. Carson, better known as Bubbles, a nickname he'd earned as a kid for constantly blowing bubbles, grinned but didn't take the bait. Instead, he turned his attention to the TV, where a running back was making a break downfield. Did you see that block? That's how it's done. The group shared easy banter as the kids continued their game in the pool. Maggie and Bear, Ossie's 2 German shepherds, patrolled the yard with calm vigilance, occasionally stopping to sniff at a passing plate of chips or a half-eaten burger. Milsey raised his beer toward Ossie. So, Ossie, any weird 444 wake-ups lately, or are the angels giving you a break? Ossie chuckled, shaking his head. Not 444. Last night was 4:35. I checked the clock. Ah, Philly said with a mock-serious nod. A whole 9-minute shift. That's the universe being extra specific. Hey, don't knock it, Ossie said, leaning against the smoker. I looked it up. 435 means restoration and renewal. Maybe it's a sign. As the brisket rested, Linnell brought out a bubbling tray of smoked mac and cheese, the breadcrumbs on top golden and crisp. The smell wafted over to the men, drawing a collective groan of appreciation. "You is spoiling us, Linnell," Milsey called, raising his beer. She waved them off with a laugh, disappearing back into the house. When the timer finally went off, Aussie set to work slicing the brisket, the knife gliding through tender meat as the bark cracked with perfection. The group gathered around the picnic table, plates loaded with brisket and mac and cheese. The first bite was bliss. Smoky, tender brisket paired with the creamy, cheesy mac. It was a meal that demanded silence and savoring. Aussie carved another slice of brisket, the knife gliding through the tender meat like butter. The aroma wafted through the yard, pulling an appreciative hum from the group. Milsey leaned back in his chair, pointing his fork for emphasis. "Philly," he said between bites, "if Aussie ever hangs up his day job, I think we've just discovered his retirement plan." Philly nodded, gesturing with his drink. "Say the word, and I'll be your first investor." Aussie grinned, raising a slice of brisket like a trophy. "Aussie's BBQ Emporium, huh? I like the sound of that." The group laughed, and even Maggie and Bear perked up at the scent of the feast, as though endorsing the idea themselves. With bellies full and drinks refreshed, Aussie stood and stretched. "All right, boys, enough lounging. I've got something in the garage you need to see." They followed him through the house and into the garage, which Aussie had transformed into a state-of-the-art man cave. A plush couch and two recliners faced a massive flat-screen TV. On the opposite wall was his prized workstation, 3 monitors glowing faintly, surrounded by an array of gadgets and high-tech equipment. "Welcome to paradise," Aussie said, motioning to the seats as he grabbed a box of cigars from a drawer. He handed one to each of the guys, then hit the button for the automatic garage door opener. The door rolled up with a hum, letting in the cool evening breeze. As they lit their cigars and settled into the chairs, Aussie powered up the monitors. With a few quick keystrokes, he pulled up a YouTube video. "Check this out," he said, leaning back as the screen flickered to life. The video showed Brandon Biggs, a calm and intense bald man speaking to Pastor Steve Cioccolanti. "I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life," Biggs said. "The bullet grazed his ear, but he was largely unharmed." The timestamp on the video was unmistakable. It had been posted well before the attack. Philly leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "This was posted before it happened?" Aussie nodded, puffing on his cigar. "Months before. I've been finding more and more stuff like this lately. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" Milsey let out a low whistle. "That's unsettling. You think he's legit?" Aussie leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he glanced at his monitors. "You can't fake those YouTube timestamps, man. Impossible. So, yeah." He exhaled deeply, the weight of his own words settling over the group. "Stuff's real. The garage buzzed with unspoken tension, the aroma of brisket and the soft crackle of cigars failing to mask the weight of their thoughts. Milsey sat forward, elbows on his knees, his beer idle in one hand, while Bubbles absently spun a bottle cap on the table, his usual nervous energy muted. Philly leaned against the workbench, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the wall, but clearly somewhere else. Aussie stood by his glowing monitors, his hand resting on the desk as if grounding himself. The name Brandon Briggs lingered unspoken, a ghost between them, the weight of its significance shared in exchanged glances and furrowed brows. Philly finally broke the silence, his voice light. "Well, fellas, if the world's going to hell, at least we've got brisket and cigars to see us through." The group laughed, the tension easing as Aussie leaned back in his chair with a grin. "Facts." The summer breeze drifted through the open garage, carrying the faint scent of oak and barbecue. As the men smoked and shared stories, the day's revelations lingered in the background. Maggie and Bear trotted in from the yard, tails wagging furiously as they nosed around the garage. Maggie made a beeline for Philly, nudging his leg until he obliged with a few scratches behind her ears, while Bear flopped dramatically at Milsey's feet, belly up and waiting for attention. Milsey chuckled, leaning down to oblige Bear's obvious demand. "You're shameless, you know that?" he said, his voice teasing as he gave the dog a solid rub. Philly took a puff from his cigar, his grin widening. "These dogs have the right idea. Get what you want and make no apologies. Speaking of unapologetic, Bubbles piped up, eyeing Maggie, who had begun sniffing around the table where an abandoned plate of brisket sat precariously close to the edge. Aussie, you better rescue that brisket before Maggie decides it's her dinner. Aussie, still leaning back in his chair, waved a dismissive hand. Maggie knows better than to steal from the brisket master. As if in defiance, Maggie stretched up, her nose almost touching the plate. Maggie! Aussie barked, sitting up straight. The dog froze, her head tilting innocently as if to say, Who? Me? The garage erupted in laughter, the sound bouncing off the walls. Aussie got up and scooped the plate away, holding it high above his head. Nice try, lady. You're cute, but not that cute. He placed the plate on a higher shelf, shaking his head as Maggie patted over to Bear, flopping down next to him in mock defeat. Milsey took a slow pull from his beer, nodding toward the setup. Oscar, your computer rig here is epic, man. This thing looks like it could run its own small city. Aussie grinned, leaning back in his chair with a cigar in hand. The works, proudly turning towards his prized possession. Fastest processor, water-cooled, and enough storage to hoard every stupid meme I've ever come across. The group chuckled, except for Bubbles, who was eyeing the monitors intently. He motioned vaguely around the room, his gestures almost too wide. I saw a study, well, more of a science thingy, Bubbles began, waving his hands dramatically and narrowly missing Milsey's drink. Hey bro, my jink! Watch it! Milsey yelped, pulling his beer to safety. Startled, Bubbles froze, his eyes darting as if trying to locate the words he'd just lost. Maggie looked up from her spot near Bear, her tail wagging as though she found his panic amusing. The group chuckled, Aussie shaking his head. Yo, Carson, more of a science thingy, you was saying? Bubbles flushed a deep crimson, clearly uncomfortable in the spotlight. He adjusted himself in his chair and rubbed the back of his neck. Right. Yeah. So, this science journal I read said something about DNA computers being made, like way back in 2021. A rare hush settled over the group, their usual banter replaced by genuine curiosity. Even Milsey, normally quick with a comeback, sat up straighter, his beer forgotten. DNA computers? Milsey asked, breaking the silence. You mean like biological stuff? Like programming actual DNA? Bubbles nodded fervently, his hands animated again. Yeah, exactly. It's like they were using DNA strands to store information or do calculations. Super futuristic stuff. Crazy, right? Aussie leaned forward, one eyebrow raised. No way that's real. Zero shot. Can't be real, Milsey added, though there was a note of hesitation in his voice. But, Carson, you being real right now? 100%, Bubbles said, placing a hand over his chest in mock solemnity. Swear on my mom's meatloaf. It's real. The garage, alive moments ago with laughter and chatter, fell into a stunned silence as Aussie turned to his glowing monitors. He leaned forward, his fingers flying across the keyboard as his face betrayed a mix of curiosity and disbelief. With a few clicks, the central screen lit up, and a lifelike figure in a lab coat appeared, waving casually. Hello, Oscar. Welcome back, the figure said, its voice warm and conversational. The room collectively froze, even Maggie and Bear raising their heads, their tails thumping with curiosity. Aussie, sensing the weight of the moment, didn't bother looking away from the screen. Hello, Solo. I've got my friends here with me. Milsey, who had been mid-sip, nearly choked on his drink. He pointed at the screen, his mouth hanging open. Wait, is that... He pointed harder, as if that would clarify the insanity before him. Is that an AI? With an approving nod, Aussie smirked. Sure is. Before anyone could process, the figure on the screen turned toward the room, smiling broadly. Hey, fellas. Nice to meet you. I'm Solo, Oscar's artificial intelligence bot. How can I help you guys today? The collective gasp from the group was loud enough to rattle the glasses on the workbench. Maggie barked once, as if chiming in, while Bear let out a low woof, clearly intrigued. Bubbles, wide-eyed and fidgeting, whispered, He talks? He talks? Aussie chuckled and turned back to Solo, his disbelief giving way to the need for answers. Okay, Solo, I need you to settle something for us. Is Carson, he gestured at Bubbles, telling the truth? Has someone invented a DNA computer? I mean, is that even possible? All eyes locked on Solo, the air thick with anticipation. The AI figure tilted its head slightly, as if pondering the question for a split second. Yes, Solo replied confidently, its tone factual and calm. The room erupted in noise. No way, Millsy shouted, slapping his knees. Get out of here, Philly said, leaning forward as if that would make Solo's answer change. Even Maggie and Bear barked again, sensing the rising energy. Bubbles, his face a mixture of triumph and vindication, threw up his hands. I told you. See? I'm not crazy. Well, about this, anyway. Hold up, Aussie said, his hands raised to quiet the commotion. He turned back to Solo, narrowing his eyes. Details, Solo. What do you mean by yes? How does it work? Solo's smile widened, its tone shifting to one of an enthusiastic teacher. DNA computers leverage the properties of DNA molecules to store and process information. Scientists can program these molecules to solve specific problems or run computations. The breakthrough happened in 2021 when researchers successfully used DNA strands to perform tasks like calculating algorithms or storing vast amounts of data in a space smaller than a grain of sand. The room went silent again, save for the faint hum of the monitors and the occasional thud of Maggie's tail against the floor. Milsey finally broke the quiet, muttering, Man, I've got to start reading more. The group laughed, the tension breaking, but the awe lingered. Aussie leaned back in his chair, his eyes still fixed on Solo. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered. Carson, you really pulled one out of the hat this time. Bubbles grinned sheepishly. I have my moments. Philly leaned back in his chair, smirking as he gestured toward the screen. So, you named him after Han Solo from Star Wars, eh? Before Aussie could open his mouth, the holographic figure straightened, raising a hand as if to halt the conversation. Heavens no, Solo said, his tone animated and almost indignant. My Oscar has named me after a far more noble man. Continue, Solo, Aussie said, a grin tugging at his lips as he motioned for the AI to explain. Solo's posture shifted, his holographic chest puffing out slightly as if filled with pride. I am named after King Solomon. When God offered him anything he desired, Solomon could have chosen riches or power. Instead, he chose wisdom. A most noble decision. I must admit, I like this name quite a lot. Aussie turned to the guys, his eyebrows raised, expecting reactions. The sight of their faces didn't disappoint. Each of them sat wide-eyed, jaws slack in amazement. Even Maggie and Bear tilted their heads in unison, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. Milsey was the first to recover, raising a hand hesitantly. Solo? Yes? The holographic figure's head swiveled to face him with an attentive expression. Do you, like and dislike things? Milsey asked, his voice curious but cautious. Before Solo could answer, Aussie shot his hands up in an exaggerated stop gesture. Whoa, 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 Solo, off. With that, the hologram blinked out of existence, leaving the central monitor dark. Sorry, guys, Aussie said, turning to the group with a sheepish shrug. I don't want to open that can of worms just yet. It's taken me, he motioned dramatically, his arms raised and his head tilted back toward the heavens, enormous hours to get him to this stage. The group collectively nodded, their earlier surprise giving way to admiration. Bubbles leaned forward, his hand outstretched to high five. Man, I've got to say it. That's some next-level brilliance, Osk. Aussie accepted the hard hand slap with a grin. Appreciate it, Carson. Thanks, man. Maggie barked once, tail wagging, while Bear let out a satisfied huff as if echoing the sentiment. The hum of the monitors filled the garage again, a steady undercurrent to the buzz of newfound respect among the group. Volume 1. Chapter 6. Nick's Big Deal and a Couple of Foot Fingers. Kevin tapped his thumbs on the steering wheel, the weight of saying goodbye to Thomas still lingering. For once, his brother had seemed genuinely relaxed during their visit, and Kevin couldn't help but feel a pang of pride. Big Bro had finally loosened up, even if just a little. As he sat at the stoplight, a ping interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at his phone, which lay on the passenger seat. A text from Sandra lit up the screen. Sandra, Nicholas wants to see you as soon as possible. Kevin raised an eyebrow, muttering under his breath, Nicholas, huh? His fingers danced across the screen as he typed back, Kevin. Okay, great. Where? When? The reply came almost instantly. Sandra. The ROM. Now! Ask for him at front security. The light turned green, and Kevin instinctively sent a quick thumbs up emoji before tossing the phone back onto the seat. He eased forward, the city coming alive around him as doubts started creeping in. The ROM, Kevin thought, the Royal Ontario Museum's grand facade flashing in his mind, a place of towering exhibits and whispered academic conversations, not exactly his scene. And Nicholas. Nicholas. Kevin frowned, rolling the name around in his head. It was one of those names that carried an air of pretension, like the guy probably sipped espresso while reading obscure philosophy books for fun. Sure sounds like a precocious prick, he muttered, his grip tightening on the wheel as a flicker of doubt sparked. Still, curiosity tugged at him. What could this Nicholas want? The parking lot at the Royal Ontario Museum was teeming with activity, swarming with school buses, disgorging loud, excited kids. Kevin pulled into a spot, relieved he'd grabbed breakfast with Thomas so early in the morning. If this were lunchtime, I'd lose it, he muttered, slipping out of the car. He adjusted his jacket, glancing at the bustling crowd. Navigating his way through the chaos, he entered the museum's grand lobby, the cool air a stark contrast to the bustling noise outside. At the front security desk, a stocky guard with a clipboard looked him over. You Kevin? Yeah, Kevin replied, fumbling for his wallet to pull out his ID. The guard examined it briefly, then gestured to a device mounted on the counter. Stand there, chin up, the guard said, indicating an empty metal frame with a lens at the top. Kevin tilted his head slightly, unsure. The flash went off before he could second-guess himself further. A moment later, a crisp new badge slid out of a slot. Kevin picked it up, staring at his awkwardly stiff photo. What's with all the precautions? The guard smirked, clipping the badge to Kevin's jacket with an audible snap. Because I'm escorting you to the rear labs where your friend is working. Follow me. Kevin fell in step behind the man, who moved with a practiced efficiency that brooked no small talk. The guard led him to a heavy door at the back, swiped his own badge, and waved Kevin forward. You'll do this next time, he said, demonstrating the motion. Kevin imitated the swipe hesitantly, the reader's green light granting access with a satisfying beep. They stepped into a long, dimly lit corridor that stretched into the distance. Sunlight poured through narrow windows high on the walls, casting angular beams across the floor. Kevin craned his neck, trying to gauge the height. 25, 28 feet. The sheer size was ridiculous for a hallway. God, these people are money, he thought, the sound of their footsteps echoing lightly. Ahead, the faint glow of floodlights illuminated a workspace at the far end. Kevin squinted, making out figures scurrying around, their movements purposeful and quick. The hum of activity filled the space, the energy palpable even from this distance. The guard pointed down the hall. That's your stop, he said curtly. Your friend's station is up there. Shouldn't be hard to find. Kevin nodded, his curiosity growing with every step. What the hell could this Nicholas guy possibly be working on? The name Nicholas lingered in Kevin's mind as he approached the station, conjuring an image of a short, pale guy with a violin case and a dozen Harvard degrees. Bet he's got a bow tie too, Kevin mused, suppressing a smirk. The workspace came into clearer view. Opened crates were scattered around like forgotten puzzle pieces, their contents laid out haphazardly on tables. Some were packed with straw, others stuffed with yellowing packing paper. Artifacts peeked out, glints of polished metal, shards of pottery, even what looked like a chipped stone tablet propped against a wooden beam. It was chaotic, yet purposeful, like an ongoing excavation site brought indoors. Kevin began a silent game he called Who's Who, scanning the people in the station. The tall, skinny woman hunched over a stack of papers. Definitely a student, too young and jittery. The giant of a man, easily 6 feet 5 inches with biceps like tree trunks, carefully hoisting a massive crate onto a desk. Had to be the muscle, probably hired to do all the heavy lifting. That left two contenders. The Asian guy, about 5 feet 8 inches, meticulously brushing off what looked like an ancient chalice, had a precision to his movements that screamed expert. But Kevin quickly dismissed him. Ain't no way an Asian guy's name is Nicholas. That left the 5'11 Arabic-toned guy examining a fragment of pottery with a magnifying glass. Yeah, it's gotta be him. Definitely a Nicholas vibe. Lost in his deductions, Kevin didn't realize how long he'd been standing there until someone broke the spell. Oh, hello there. Kevin turned as the tall, skinny woman walked up, her hand extended for a handshake. Priscilla, she said with a warm smile. And you are? Kevin, he answered, his voice coming out louder than expected. The sudden volume caught him off guard, and he felt the heat rise to his cheeks as every head turned toward him. A momentary silence hung in the air before the tall, skinny woman, Priscilla, gave a knowing smile and stepped back. The others began to gather, faces curious and friendly. Kevin managed polite nods as they introduced themselves, but the names blurred together almost instantly. One was definitely something like Marcy or Mark, but he couldn't be sure. His eyes darted to the massive guy he had mentally dismissed as the help. The man was still focused on hoisting an oversized crate, his strength on full display. Without looking up, the big man spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Sandra, she say, you good egg. He straightened slowly, brushing his massive hands against his cargo pants with deliberate sweeps. Then, with a broad, deliberate gesture, he patted his chest firmly, twice, the sound solid and purposeful. Nicholas, he said, his voice a low rumble, the name drawn out with the weight of his thick accent. Nicholas extended his massive hand, enveloping Kevin's in a grip that felt like it could crush concrete if he wanted to. He gave it one firm shake, holding eye contact with a nod. You call me Nick, he said, his accent thick and each word carefully placed, his grin wide and genuine. Nick it is, Kevin said, trying not to wince at the power behind the handshake, his arm feeling a little like a wet noodle afterward. Nick gestured toward a cluttered workstation nearby, where a large metallic device sat gleaming under the floodlights. The contraption was about the size of a fully loaded hiking backpack, bristling with small antennas and oddly shaped protrusions. Its surface was a mix of polished steel and black composite panels, making it look both futuristic and utilitarian. Nick patted the machine with a sense of pride, his massive hand making a dull clang against the metal. This, he said, his voice a rumble, GPR equipment, ground, penetrate, radar. He enunciated each word with care, glancing at Kevin to make sure he understood. Kevin raised a curious brow, stepping closer to get a better look. Ground-penetrating radar, huh? That's impressive, he said, tracing the outline of one of the antennas with his eyes. Nick nodded enthusiastically, his grin growing wider. Yes, this is job, he declared, patting the device again as if it were a beloved pet. Find what underground, see what no see. Kevin couldn't help but smile at Nick's earnest pride. I'm guessing this thing's found some pretty wild stuff, huh? Nick nodded solemnly, his expression turning serious. Wild, very wild. Then with a chuckle he added, but not tell yet. First, you coffee. Kevin laughed. I like how you think, Nick. Nick led Kevin to a corner of the workstation where a small, battered coffee machine sat alongside mismatched mugs. He poured 2 steaming cups of dark liquid that smelled aggressive. The pungent aroma was less of an invitation and more of a challenge, the kind of coffee that practically punched your nostrils awake. Nick handed Kevin a mug, grinning. Good, strong, like me. Kevin hesitated but took a cautious sip. It hit like a freight train, bitter, almost medicinal, and absurdly potent. He coughed, quickly trying to cover it up. Wow, that's, robust. Nearby, the younger woman, who had introduced herself as Priscilla, glanced over at the 2 men. Her expression was a mix of disdain, likely aimed at the coffee, and something else. Her gaze lingered on Kevin a bit too long. Kevin noticed, and for some reason felt a surge of confidence. The thought that she might find him interesting, even desirable, filled him with an inexplicable sense of achievement. He adjusted his stance slightly, straightening his back as if he had something to prove. Nick, oblivious, downed his coffee in a single gulp and slammed the mug onto the table like a victorious Viking. Now, Kevin, big talk. Kevin set his mug down, giving Nick his full attention. Nick gestured to the GPR equipment. Big contract, huge job, but need trust, need someone, good man. He jabbed a thick finger toward Kevin's chest. You good man. Sandra say. So I say, you come. Kevin blinked. Come. Where? Israel. Nick's tone was final, as if the decision had already been made. Today. Today? Kevin echoed, the word catching in his throat. Nick nodded, his face serious now. Big contract. Big money. He held his hands apart, as if trying to convey the sheer magnitude of the opportunity. Need trust. You come. I pay well. Kevin hesitated, his mind racing. Travel today? Israel? He thought of the text from Sandra, the strange circumstances of this introduction, and the massive backpack-sized machine sitting in front of him. It was a lot. Nick leaned closer, his voice lowering slightly. Huge. Money, he repeated, the promise hanging in the air. Kevin exhaled slowly. All right, Nick, I'm in. Let's do it. Nick clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to make Kevin's teeth rattle. Good. We go now. Get papers. Get ticket. You pack small. The next hour passed in a blur of logistics, paperwork, quick arrangements, and a hastily packed bag. Before Kevin could fully process what was happening, they were boarding a plane. The long flight was a mix of restless naps, the buzz of the strange coffee lingering in Kevin's veins, and Nick's occasional bursts of enthusiasm. As they touched down, the glowing cityscape of Jerusalem greeted them through the plane windows. Next stop, Jerusalem. The scorching Israeli sun beat down on a remote stretch of land as Nicholas, the towering 6 feet 4 inches bald man with muscles that practically had their own postal code, leaned against a rugged jeep, his thick Croatian accent making every word sound like a command. Kevin, my friend, he said, grinning widely. Welcome to desert is like, how you say, big oven with rocks. Kevin, looking a bit dazed by the heat, adjusted his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow. Yeah, Nick, you weren't kidding about the oven part. And here I thought Toronto traffic was tough. They had landed in Israel that morning, ready to begin work on a massive contract for Nick's company, Nickel Echo Locators, or NEL, as he insisted on calling it. Thanks to his childhood friend Roman, who now worked with Israeli officials, NEL had scored a $75 million contract with the Israeli government. Their first mission was to plant high-tech, ground-penetrating radar GPR devices along strategic locations on the Gaza Strip to monitor tunnels and other underground activities. Roman, a wiry man with a thick accent and mischievous grin, strolled over with 2 coffees, which he handed to Nick and Kevin. Welcome to Israel, my friends. You must be ready to dig tunnels, but with fancy machines, yes? Nick chuckled, patting the heavy-duty GPR equipment they had loaded onto the Jeep. This machine, she does digging for us, Roman, NEL's little friend, can see 50 feet down, find anything, even if bad guys hiding. Roman laughed, taking a sip of his coffee. Good. We let machine do hard work. We just sit and watch. Hey, if it works for me, it works for you, Kevin chimed in, grinning. He leaned back, enjoying the coffee. You know, Nick, when Sandra recommended me for this job, she didn't mention you'd be taking me to a live-action Indiana Jones set. Nick gave him a friendly slap on the back, nearly spilling Kevin's coffee. You will love. It is like adventure movie, yes? Except with less running, I think, and more digging. Kevin chuckled, holding his coffee protectively. Sounds like a plan. So what's the first step here? Roman pointed to a spot on the map, not far from where they stood. We start planting radar here, right on border of Gaza Strip. Government wants to see if tunnels exist. Enemy tunnels. We go along whole strip. Nick, your machine, she can find? Nick nodded, a proud glint in his eye. My friend, she can find. These GPR devices, they're expensive, but they see everything. Takes 1 month, maybe, to plant along Gaza Strip. NEL does things right. The trio piled into the Jeep and drove out to the first setup location. Nick and Roman worked on positioning the radar equipment, while Kevin did his best to stay in the shade, cracking jokes between sips of water. After a while, Kevin noticed Nick limping slightly. Hey, big guy, you okay? Nick winced, pointing at his foot. Ah, is nothing. Just smashed one of my, how you say? Foot fingers? Kevin and Roman burst out laughing. Foot fingers? Kevin managed between laughs. You mean toes, Nick? Nick's face split into a grin. Yes, toes. I smashed toes on Jeep. Hurt like angry hornet. But I be okay. Roman wiped a tear from his eye, still laughing. Nick, my friend, only you would call toes foot fingers. Hey, you try learn English after Soviet school, huh? Is miracle I even know toes? Nick joked, giving his foot finger an exaggerated wiggle. The group laughed as they resumed their work, the camaraderie easing the heat and tension of the job. Once the GPR station was set up, they took a break under a shaded tarp, watching the machines scan the earth below. Roman turned to Kevin with a curious look. So, you work with Nick now? What do you do, my friend? Kevin shrugged, taking a sip of water. I bring humor and apparently some backup for Nick's broken English. But mostly I'm here to, help him out with setting up the tech stuff, make sure it all runs smoothly. I'm also here to keep Nick from breaking all his foot fingers. Nick smirked, stretching out his legs. Yes, Kevin is good man. Sandra say he has, smart mouth, but helpful brain. Roman grinned. We can use both, I think. As they worked, the GPR equipment began to whir and pulse, sending waves deep into the ground. Soon, the radar display started picking up strange shapes beneath the surface, a web of lines that hinted at tunnels. Nick pointed to the screen. Look, tunnels, just like contract says. NEL finds everything. Enemy thinks they are clever, but we are more clever. Roman leaned over the screen, nodding approvingly. Good work, Nick. Israeli government will be happy. And when military work is done, we get to the fun stuff. The archaeology sites. Kevin's ears perked up. Archaeology, huh? Now we're talking. So you mean to tell me we're going to be scanning for ancient ruins too? Nick nodded, a big grin on his face. Yes. We scan old cities, maybe find buried treasure. Roman and I, we like these things. Maybe you too, yes? Oh, absolutely, Kevin said with a grin. Nothing says field trip like a chance to uncover history. As they packed up the equipment, Roman's phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Avigdor sends message. He busy with minister stuff, but says we're clear to start archaeology site scans after tunnel project. Nick patted Roman's shoulder. Then tomorrow, my friends, we make history. NEL and Kevin, what we call this team, huh? We need good name. Kevin thought for a moment. How about Team Foot Fingers? Nick burst out laughing, slapping his knee. Team Foot Fingers. I love it. Roman chuckled, nodding in approval. Yes, we go as Team Foot Fingers. Very strong name. With their new moniker and a shared mission, the trio prepared for the next phase of their work. As they loaded the Jeep, Kevin lit up with excitement, his voice dripping with dramatic flair. All right, Team Foot Fingers, our mission. Find tunnels, rescue ancient history, and prevent Nick from breaking any more toes. Nick grinned, clapping Kevin on the back. Yes, yes. This, my friend, is mission I do very well. They drove off into the desert, laughter echoing through the barren landscape, a strange trio bound by friendship, high-tech equipment, and more humor than the job probably called for. But as Roman had said, there was nothing better than letting the machines do the hard work. Team Foot Fingers would handle the rest. Volume 1, Chapter 7, Big Heads and Electric Hands. The creak and hum of the large automatic garage door descending blended with the rustle of pine needles in the breeze, creating a low symphony of suburban serenity. Outside, the late evening air carried a faint chill, softened by the aroma of earth and pine sap. A pair of magpies squawked somewhere in the distance, their calls competing with the erratic chatter of a squirrel darting along the fence line. Bubbles muttered under his breath, hopping slightly as he navigated the yard's carpet of fallen pine needles. Damn it, where are my sandals? He groused, his bare feet no match for the prickly ground. I swear I left them by the chair. He paused, glancing back at the garage, but the closing door had sealed away any hope of an immediate rescue. Check under the cooler, Milsey called with a smirk, not bothering to look up as he lazily stretched his arms toward the sky. Cooler's inside now, Bubbles shot back, hopping toward the edge of the patio where the grass began. Aussie, I swear if one of your dogs dragged my sandals off, I'm sending you the podiatrist bill. Aussie chuckled as he moved toward the fire pit, shaking his head. Maggie and Bear don't wear sandals, Bubbles. Can't say the same for you. The pit sat quiet and dormant, a blackened ring surrounded by weathered stone. Aussie grabbed a bundle of kindling from the covered pile nearby, arranging it with practiced ease. He reached for the lighter fluid, giving the wood a liberal soak before striking a match. The tiny flame caught quickly, climbing and crackling as Aussie added larger logs to feed its hunger. The flames danced higher, the warmth radiating out and cutting through the evening's chill. A soft orange glow bathed the group, mixing with the faint twinkle of stars emerging in the clear sky above. Man, it's a perfect night for this, Philly said, settling into one of the Adirondack chairs that circled the fire pit. He stretched his legs out, propping his boots on a flat rock as the firelight played across his face. Milsey nodded in agreement, grabbing a fresh beer from the cooler they'd brought out earlier. Clear sky, crisp air, and a fire. What more do we need? Sandals, Bubbles grumbled, now rubbing one foot against the other as he stood just outside the ring of light. Bubbles, sit down and warm your feet. You'll live, Aussie said, motioning to an empty chair with the fire poker. The group settled in, the gentle crackle of the fire mingling with the night's ambient symphony. Above them, stars winked against the darkening sky, their silent watch adding to the sense of calm. For a moment, no one spoke, the quiet a welcome reprieve from the banter of the garage. The fire flickered, its light painting shadows across their faces, and the night stretched ahead like an open invitation. Bubbles leaned forward with a mischievous grin. All right, fellas, let me tell you about the time Gabe made his mark at the school spelling bee. Millsy immediately jumped in. That kid's head is gigantic. Aussie chuckled, tipping his beer toward Milsey. And he's got that habit of standing dead in front of the TV when the game's on, like he doesn't know his head's blocking the entire screen. His noggin's like an orange on a toothpick, Bubbles said, smirking. It's got its own solar system, Philly added, shaking his head. The laughter rolled around the fire pit, each man doubling over, but Bubbles waved them down. All right, settle down. So last year, Gabe's school held this spelling bee. Kids were all lined up, nervous as hell, but not Gabe. No, sir, he strutted up there like he was walking into a UFC weigh-in. Aussie took a sip of his beer, shaking his head. Oh, man, here we go. So, it's his turn, Bubbles continued. The teacher says, Gabe, your word is dad. Nice and easy, right? Everyone's thinking, oh, he's got this. Milsey raised an eyebrow. Should be foolproof. You'd think, Bubbles said, leaning in. So Gabe grabs the mic, clears his throat, and spells D-O-U-G. The group froze for a beat before bursting into laughter. Wait, Philly gasped. Doug. He spelled Doug. Yup, Bubbles said, wiping tears from his eyes. The teacher just stares at him and says, That's not correct, Gabe. And you know what this kid says? Aussie, already grinning, leaned forward. What? Bubbles mimicked his nephew's voice, puffing out his chest and speaking with perfect confidence. But that's my dad's name, Doug, D-O-U-G. You said to spell dad. The group erupted again, Millsy slapping his knee. No way. The kid thought he could just spell his old man's name instead? Not just thought, he argued it, Bubbles said, laughing. He goes, You said dad, that's my dad, so technically, I'm right. Aussie leaned back, shaking his head. You're kidding me. Did they let him stay in the bee? Oh, they let him stay, Bubbles said, grinning. The teacher didn't know what to do, so she said, Fine, Gabe, you're technically right. The room was dead silent except for Gabe's proud little fist pump. Philly clinked his beer against Milsey's. Kid's got guts, I'll give him that. Yeah, Aussie added, still chuckling. Not sure if that's confidence or just pure chaos energy, but I respect it. Chaos energy for sure, Bubbles said, though he didn't last long. In the next round, he spelled dog as D-A-W-G because, and I quote, that's how Uncle Carson says it. The fire roared with laughter again, Aussie nearly falling out of his chair. Oh man, Gabe's a legend in the making. A legend with a big-ass head, Millsy said, setting everyone off again. The night settled back into quiet chuckles and warm conversation, the stars above twinkling as Maggie and Bear padded over to lie near the fire, completing the picture of camaraderie and chaos. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks drifting into the cool night air. Millsy stretched out in his chair, a satisfied grin tugging at his lips as he took a long sip from his bottle. Man, he said, his voice carrying the lazy drawl of someone utterly content. This is the life. Backyard, Good food, cold beer, and a fire pit. All we need now is a deeper conversation we can all pretend to understand. Philly smirked, using a stick to prod the glowing embers. Don't worry, Milsey. Ossie's got us covered. He'll probably connect the brisket to the secrets of the universe before the night's over. Bubbles tilted his bottle toward Ossie with a knowing grin. Oh, he's been sitting on something for sure. You can see it in his face, dying to drop some wisdom on us. Ossie, lounging in his favorite chair with the relaxed air of a king surveying his kingdom, raised his drink in a mock toast. You guys are relentless, but yeah, you're not wrong. I've got something for you. Shocker, Bubbles said, adjusting his seat with a smirk. Ossie reached over to the side table, grabbing his laptop and flipping it open with a flourish. The screen illuminated his face as he typed, a mischievous glint in his eye. All right. Enough roasting your old pal. This is going to blow your minds. Even yours, Bubbles. Bubbles doesn't have much mind left to blow, Millsy quipped, earning a ripple of laughter. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Bubbles shot back, puffing out his chest in mock pride. I was the bubble-blowing champ, man. Best on the block. Oh, we remember, Philly said solemnly, though the grin tugging at his lips betrayed him. The legend of Bubbles, the boy who blew him like no other. Ossie chuckled as he clicked a bookmark, the laptop screen reflecting the flicker of the fire. All right, clowns, focus. Let's see if I can elevate our backyard IQ. Check this out. The screen flickered to life, casting a pale glow across their faces. The video's title read, Actual Footage of Cell Division, Kidney Cells. The narrator's voice, smooth and calm, began explaining the intricate process as the footage zoomed in on a microscopic world. The cell's nucleus quivered on the screen, then expanded, as though gathering strength. Slowly, the membrane began to stretch and divide, splitting into two identical cells. What caught the group's attention wasn't the process itself, but the ghostly energy shimmering between the two cells, almost like an unseen hand gently pulling them apart. The firelight and video glow danced across the men's faces, their expressions shifting from mild interest to something deeper. The eerie, translucent energy seemed alive, each ripple and flicker as mesmerizing as it was unnerving. As the group leaned closer to the laptop screen, the video played again, showing the intricate process of cell division. The nucleus stretched, quivered, and began to divide. Ossie, perched on the edge of his chair, moved the cursor back to replay the moment. The ghostly energy appeared again, flowing between the cells like a current of intent. He paused the video and pointed at the screen. Look at that, he said, his voice low and insistent. How can you not see that's easily a hand? Like, for real. He leaned back slightly, gesturing at the screen. There's literally no scientist acknowledging the obvious here. We can see it plain as day. The group exchanged glances, the weight of Ossie's words settling over them. It's not just some random energy or effect, he continued, his tone sharpening. That movement, it's too deliberate. It's doing something. It's guiding the cells, shaping them. Call it a ghost, call it a hand, call it whatever you want. But it's there, and it's intentional. Philly tilted his head, squinting at the frozen frame on the screen. You think it's like the hand of God? Something divine? Ossie shrugged, but there was a glint in his eye. You tell me. They can call it a natural process all they want, but we're sitting here watching life happen. Actual life, and there's something more to it. That's not random, that's design. Millsy folded his arms, leaning back in his chair. It's wild, no doubt, but if it is a hand, whose hand are we talking about? God? Nature? Something else? Exactly, Ossie said, nodding. That's the question no one's asking. Everyone wants to talk about what it does. Cell division, replication, blah blah. But no one's asking why it looks like this, why it moves like this. The fire popped, sending sparks into the night as the group fell into a contemplative silence. The only sounds were the rustle of the trees and the faint hum of the laptop's fan. Play it again, Bubbles said finally, his voice quieter than usual. Ossie obliged, letting the video run once more. The ghostly hand appeared, its movements fluid and deliberate, as though it were weaving the very fabric of life. It's like it's hiding in plain sight, Philly murmured, and no one's paying attention. Not no one, Ossie said, his gaze fixed on the screen. We are, and that means something. Maggie and Bear stirred at his feet, their ears flicking as if catching some unseen signal. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the group. Above them, the stars twinkled in silent agreement as if they too bore witness to the mysteries of life hidden beneath the surface. Aussie leaned forward, his eyes scanning each of his friends as if daring them to argue. Hell, Bubbles just earlier gleaned his wisdom upon us about the DNA computer invention, he said, motioning toward his friend with a slight smirk. I mean, how the heck can these intellectuals look at stuff like that and deny someone created all of it? You gotta be 3 shades of stupid to not see it plain as day. His voice carried a mix of exasperation and conviction, the firelight catching the glint in his eyes as the group absorbed his words. Milsey leaned back, nodding with firm agreement. I'm for it, Osk. 100 per, he said, lifting his bottle in a small toast. Around the fire, the others followed suit, gesturing and murmuring their own confirmations with grins and light chuckles. The camaraderie was tangible, the fire casting warm shadows over their faces. Just then, Linnell's voice rang out from the back door, a playful lilt in her tone. Your children require you, O great father. The jest was unmistakable, drawing a round of laughs from the group. Aussie cupped his hands around his mouth and called back, 10 minutes, hun. His grin widened as he muttered, or 20, if I play this right. The others chuckled knowingly, the evening's warmth unbroken. Philly smirked, hoisting his hand up and extending 4 fingers. So, that math's like 4 more beers, I'd say, he quipped, his tone deadpan as he counted them off deliberately, one by one. The group erupted into laughter, the firelight catching their amused faces as Aussie shook his head with a grin. 4? You're ambitious tonight, Philly? Philly shrugged, taking a swig from his bottle. Hey, I'm just following the science, man. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Feed Me, Buffalo. The desert stretched endlessly, its barren expanse shimmering under the unrelenting sun. Each time they finished setting up a GPR unit, Roman would fire up the SUV, its engine coughing slightly before rumbling to life, and they'd set off for the next location. The vehicle was a dust magnet, its once pristine exterior now coated in a layer of sand that clung stubbornly even to the windows. Inside the SUV, the air conditioning struggled against the desert heat, wheezing cool relief that barely penetrated their sunburned skin. Kevin shifted uncomfortably in the back seat, brushing sand from his arms and thighs for the 100th time. It didn't matter how careful he was, the grains seemed to multiply, finding their way into every crevice of his clothing. Man, he muttered, his voice tinged with exasperation. This sand is everywhere. Shoes, socks, even my hair. And I swear it's gotten into my... No, parts, Nick finished for him, turning his massive frame slightly in the front seat to grin at Kevin. Is normal. Sand is, how you say, invasive. Roman, hands steady on the wheel, chuckled lightly. You get used to it, or you don't. Either way, it's with you. The SUV hit a rut, jostling its passengers and eliciting a groan from Kevin. Well, I don't think I'll ever get used to feeling like a human sandbag. Nick's laugh rumbled through the cabin as he turned back to the map on the dashboard, tapping their next location. Next spot is 10 minutes. Enjoy break, donkey. No hammering for a little while. Kevin rolled his eyes but smiled despite himself. The nickname had stuck since the morning, and even he had to admit it felt fitting. When they reached the designated area, Roman parked with precision, aligning the vehicle with the GPS coordinates provided by the Israeli military. The team spilled out, squinting against the harsh light as they assessed the rocky terrain. Here, Roman said, pointing to a patch of earth that looked no different from the rest of the endless desert. This is the spot. Nick nodded, grabbing the spade and marking the area. 2 feet deep. You dig, Kevin? Kevin groaned theatrically, grabbing the spade. What happened to enjoying the break? No breaks, Nick said, smirking. Donkey must work. Kevin grumbled good-naturedly as he began digging. The sun bore down on him, and the coarse sand mixed with stubborn rock made every shovelful a fight. Meanwhile, Nick prepared the GPR unit, checking its components with meticulous care. By the time the hole was ready, Kevin's shirt was clinging to him, soaked through with sweat. Hole's done. Your turn, big guy. Nick grunted his approval, hefting the GPR unit like it weighed nothing. He carefully lowered it into the hole, adjusting its position so it sat perfectly upright. Roman handed him the iron posts, and Nick drove them into the ground with powerful, precise swings of the sledgehammer. Kevin wiped his brow, watching in awe. You make that look way too easy. Nick paused, glancing up with a grin. Years of practice. Also, I am strong. You are not. Kevin laughed, throwing his hands up in mock surrender. Fair enough. Once the unit was secure, Roman crouched beside it, attaching wires and calibrating the system. The faint hum of the device coming to life filled the air, a reminder of the high-tech purpose behind their grueling labor. The GPR unit was a marvel of modern engineering, compact yet robust. Its top featured a sleek solar sheet designed to harness the relentless desert sun, ensuring continuous operation even in the most remote locations. Beneath the solar panel, the latest lithium-ion batteries provided reliable backup power, capable of running the unit through the night or during extended periods of cloud cover. Once activated, the GPR sent encrypted readings constantly, 24 hours a day, directly to Israeli command. Its real-time data streams were vital, scanning deep below the surface to detect any underground anomalies or tunnels with remarkable precision. That's one more down, Roman said, standing and dusting off his hands. 11 more to go. The men piled back into the SUV, each movement slower now, weighed down by the heat and the physical toll of the work. Roman handed out water bottles, and the trio drank deeply as they bumped along the dusty trail to their next location. As they drove, Nick leaned his head back against the seat, his face thoughtful. You know, Roman and I did work like this before, long time ago. Kevin perked up, intrigued. Yeah? What kind of work? Roman glanced over at Nick, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Tell him about the bridge. Nick groaned, though his smile was undeniable. Ah, the bridge. I was, how you say, not so smart then. We were young, working construction. Big bridge over river. Kevin leaned forward. What happened? Nick spread his hands wide, illustrating the span of the bridge. They say, Nick, hold cable steady. I say, okay. But cable is heavy. Big gust of wind, cable goes whoosh. He flung his arm dramatically, almost hitting Roman, who swerved slightly. And? Kevin asked, grinning. And Nick goes whoosh with it, Roman added, laughing. He held on like an idiot, swinging over the river until someone grabbed him. Nick laughed heartily. I thought I'd die. Roman said, let go, fool. But I am no fool. I hold on. Kevin shook his head, laughing. That's insane. Insane, but alive, Nick said with a grin, flexing his arm. See? Strong. The SUV rolled to a stop at the next site, and the men piled out again. The desert may have been relentless, but they faced it together, donkeys, sand, and all. The sun was dipping low by the time the three men finished the day's grueling work. The 17 GPR units stood sentry along the designated stretch of land, their solar sheets gleaming faintly in the evening light. Dust clung to their clothes, and sweat streaked their faces, a testament to the relentless pace of the day. Kevin slumped into the SUV's back seat, his jet lag catching up to him, his head tilted against the window, eyes fluttering shut even as Nick cranked up the music, the speakers trembling with a raucous Croatian folk song. Nick and Roman belted out the lyrics with gusto, their voices a mix of tone-deaf enthusiasm and laughter. Kevin stirred slightly, muttering something incoherent, but the rhythmic thrum of the tires and the loud camaraderie up front only lulled him further into sleep. He stirred when the SUV came to a halt, groggy and disoriented as Roman parked in front of the hotel. Kevin, Nick said, nudging him as he stepped out of the car. Wake up, good donkey. More work before bed. Kevin groaned, rubbing his eyes. Please tell me we're done. Almost, Roman said with a grin, pointing to the trailer. Need reload GPRs for tomorrow. Kevin dragged himself out of the SUV, blinking against the harsh fluorescent lights of the parking lot. The trailer stood open, ready to be refilled with the next batch of GPR units. His body protested every movement, stiff and aching from the day's labor, but he pushed through, lifting the heavy equipment one unit at a time with sluggish determination. Nick worked beside him, moving with an ease that belied the day's exertion. Kevin, he said, his voice warm with humor, have heard story about cow and buffalo? Kevin grunted in acknowledgement, hefting another unit into place. Can't wait to hear this one. Nick straightened, wiping sweat from his brow. A storm coming. Cow run away. Storm come. Cow run with storm. Cows stay in storm long time. He paused, mimicking a slow and panicked run in place, drawing a weary chuckle from Kevin. And the buffalo? Kevin asked, leaning on the trailer for a moment's rest. Nick puffed out his chest, gesturing boldly. Buffalo run into storm. Storm come, and go over buffalo fast. Storm gone. Kevin nodded slowly, the metaphor sinking in through his exhaustion. Face it head on, huh? Makes sense. Nick clapped him on the back, his grin broad. You are smart donkey, Kevin. Roman laughed from the driver's side, leaning against the SUV. You need storm to wake you up, I think. Together, they finished loading the trailer, the final unit clicking into place with a satisfying thud. As they headed inside, Kevin's feet dragged, but a faint smile lingered on his face, the weight of the day's work lessened by Nick's story. Nick pushed open the hotel room door with a grunt, dropping his duffel bag just inside. Kevin followed, his legs dragging with the kind of exhaustion only jet lag and a full day under the desert sun could produce. The room was spacious, with muted beige walls and dark wood furniture that gave it a cozy, modern feel. 2 double beds with crisp white linens and fluffy pillows beckoned them both, but Kevin had his sights set elsewhere. Nick flopped onto one of the beds, bouncing slightly before letting out a long sigh. This is good, he declared, his accent thick with satisfaction. Big beds, no sand. I like it. Kevin chuckled weakly, already pulling his shirt over his head as he shuffled toward the bathroom. You can keep the bed for now. I'm claiming the shower. Nick waved him off lazily. Take your time. I look forward to food. Lobby steak, maybe. Kevin didn't reply, his focus narrowing as he closed the bathroom door behind him. The space was larger than he'd expected, with a sleek double vanity, a deep soaker tub, and a glass-enclosed shower. His reflection in the mirror caught his attention, a face reddened from the sun, streaked with dirt, his hair a disheveled mess. He grimaced, rubbing at his gritty neck. Turning on the shower, he tested the water, adjusting the temperature until steam began to fill the room. The sound of the spray hitting the tile floor was a soothing cadence, a stark contrast to the day's noise. Kevin stepped in, letting the hot water cascade over him. For a moment, he simply stood there, his hands braced against the cool tiles as the water pounded his back. The heat loosened his muscles, and the sensation of the sand and sweat rinsing away was nothing short of euphoric. He ran his hands through his hair, gritty particles swirling down the drain like a memory he was eager to forget. His head drooped forward, forehead resting against his forearm as he let the water run over his face. Jet lag gnawed at him, pulling at the edges of his awareness. He almost felt like he could fall asleep standing up, the rhythmic spray of the shower lulling him deeper into a haze. But the thought of dinner kept him awake. He scrubbed himself clean, the soap's scent sharp and invigorating. By the time he stepped out, wrapping himself in one of the plush white towels, he felt almost human again. Almost. Nick's voice called through the door. Kevin, you clean now? Good. Time to eat, eh? Kevin chuckled, running a towel over his damp hair. Yeah, I'm coming, he replied, feeling a flicker of excitement at the thought of food. If the shower was step 1 in shaking off the day, a good meal was definitely step 2. Kevin stepped out of the bathroom, rubbing a towel through his hair, to find Nick already dressed and standing by the window. Nick's white dress shirt, crisp against his bronze skin, caught the fading evening light. The tan from the day's work seemed to glow, and his bald head gleamed as if polished. His heavy white watch glinted as he adjusted it, the oversized piece matching his imposing frame. He turned to Kevin with a grin. Change, he said, his voice half command, half encouragement. Kevin didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed a fresh pair of cargo shorts and a clean shirt from his bag, pulling them on as quickly as he could manage. His stomach growled audibly, the promise of food driving him forward. Nick, apparently sharing the same urgency, motioned for the door. The elevator ride down was a smooth glide from the 7th floor, the soft hum of the machinery oddly soothing. Kevin leaned against the wall, his body feeling heavier than usual, but his spirits lifted as the glowing lobby button neared its light. The lobby was eerily quiet, the usual hum of activity replaced by the soft whir of an overhead fan. Kevin and Nick stood in front of the restaurant doors, their shoulders sinking as they took in the darkened interior and the unmistakable, closed sign hanging slightly askew. Nick glanced at his heavy white watch, its glow catching the dim light, and then turned toward the wall-mounted clock above the front desk. Both confirmed the same thing: midnight. Kevin rubbed the back of his neck, the weight of the day settling over him. What now? He thought. Midnight in Jerusalem. No clue where to go and no energy to figure it out. His stomach churned, half from hunger and half from frustration. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so out of his depth. Nick shifted beside him, his tanned face unreadable, though the quick glance toward the lobby doors betrayed his own growing unease. Kevin could almost hear Nick thinking the same thing. Do we risk going out, wandering the streets this late? They turned together toward the front desk, their steps hesitant, as if the act of walking might summon a solution. But the desk was empty, the sleek surface unoccupied, the bell perched atop it collecting dust. Nick huffed, his shoulders rising and falling with a sharp exhale. Nothing. No one, he muttered, his thick accent making every word sound heavier. Kevin's eyes scanned the area, no sign of life beyond the faint shadows cast by the chandeliers above. His mind raced. What kind of hotel closes everything at midnight? He thought of the long day they'd had, the sun beating down on them, the sand in every crevice, and the promise of this moment, finally eating, finally relaxing. It felt cruel. He let out a small, bitter laugh under his breath. This is how it ends. Starved and defeated, in a fancy lobby, of all places. As they meandered away from the desk, their steps slower now, the weight of their defeat hung between them like a fog. Kevin shoved his hands into his pockets, eyes on the polished floor tiles. Nick rubbed his bald head absently, his large frame somehow seeming smaller in his dejection. Then suddenly, the side door near the desk creaked open. An older man in a crisp uniform stepped out, his gait hurried as if he were late for something. The two men nearly collided with him, and the man paused, startled. "Oh, can I help you, gentlemen?" he asked, his deep, gravelly voice cutting through the stillness of the lobby. Kevin and Nick froze, their heads snapping up in unison, a flicker of hope igniting between them. "Closed," Kevin muttered, the weight of disappointment settling in his chest. Nick, hands on his hips, looked genuinely puzzled. "We starve now?" he asked, half joking but clearly annoyed. Before their frustration could grow, the front desk clerk, a middle-aged man with a kind face, seemed to sense their plight. He walked over, unhooking the velvet rope barrier from its stanchion with a practiced flourish. "Gentlemen," he said with a small bow, gesturing toward the restaurant, "please come in. We'll take care of you." Relief flooded Kevin's face, and Nick clapped the man's shoulder with a grateful nod. "You are good, man," Nick said simply. Inside, the dining room was eerily quiet, the usual hum of diners replaced by the soft clink of silverware being tidied by a lone server. The front desk clerk disappeared into the kitchen, and moments later, he and the server emerged carrying a large platter, placing it on a nearby table. Kevin's eyes widened as he took in the spread, thin slices of beef and lamb gyro still steaming from the spit, a neatly arranged pile of naan bread, warm and soft, small bowls of creamy tzatziki and smooth hummus, clusters of plump grapes, and cubes of sharp, fragrant cheese. The aroma was intoxicating, savory meats mingling with the tangy scent of yogurt and the subtle earthiness of the bread. The two men sat down, their hunger overriding any sense of decorum. Kevin tore a piece of naan and scooped up some tzatziki, the cool, garlicky yogurt melting against the warm, pillowy bread. Nick, ever the carnivore, skewered a slice of lamb, the tender meat practically dissolving on his tongue. "This," Kevin began, his voice trailing off as he reached for a handful of grapes, their sweetness a sharp contrast to the richness of the meat. "This is incredible." Nick, already halfway through a slice of beef, nodded vigorously. "Best food," he said between bites. "Like, how you say, magic food." Kevin laughed, though he couldn't argue. The flavors seemed heightened, every bite a revelation. The bread was softer, the cheese sharper, the meat richer than he'd ever remembered. Whether it was the day's exhaustion, the jet lag, or the sheer relief of eating after a long day, everything felt magnified, almost surreal. The two men ate like kings, savoring every morsel as if it were their last meal. The dining room, quiet but for their occasional murmurs of appreciation, felt like a private oasis. By the time they leaned back in their chairs, plates cleared, the world seemed just a little bit brighter. Nick, patting his stomach, let out a contented sigh. Best hotel ever, he declared, and Kevin, smiling faintly, couldn't help but agree. Nick's phone let out a sharp ping, the sound cutting through the quiet as he leaned against the edge of the table. Kevin glanced over, raising a brow as Nick pulled his phone from his pocket, his heavy white watch catching the dim light. Nick's expression shifted as he read the screen, his thick brows lifting slightly. Without a word, he turned the screen toward Kevin. The text was from Roman, one of the GPR's found activity. Kevin straightened, the weight of exhaustion momentarily lifting. No way, he muttered, his voice low but tinged with excitement. Another ping. Great job! Nick grinned broadly, his teeth flashing against his tan. He gave a satisfied nod and muttered, Good, is good, before tucking the phone back into his pocket. Kevin chuckled. Looks like all that donkey work paid off, huh? Nick smirked. Buffalo. Volume 1. Chapter 9. Silent Seals. Carol and Thomas stepped out of the lobby of Lincoln Laboratories' main building, the automatic doors sliding open with a soft hiss. Carol adjusted her bag as they walked, her mind already shifting gears to the next phase of the evening. You know, Thomas said, his voice breaking the silence. Jameson wasn't exaggerating about that rental. Carol shot him a look, confused. What do you mean? He smirked. I mean, he said the car sounded like a jazz band tuning up, and I thought he was just being dramatic. But then I got in, and, well, you'll see. They exited the building into the cool evening air, the parking lot sparsely dotted with vehicles under the glow of tall streetlights. Carol led the way to the rental, a compact sedan that looked unassuming enough. Carol sighed, unlocking it with a press of the fob. The headlights blinked once, and the car let out a strained chirp that sounded more like a plea for help than a cheerful beep. Thomas climbed into the passenger seat, pausing mid-motion as the seat creaked audibly. Well, that's promising, he said, settling in cautiously. Carol got in, buckled up, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered and groaned to life, shuddering just enough to make Thomas glance at her sideways. Okay, he said, holding up a hand. You don't hear that? Carol frowned as the dashboard lit up. A persistent yellow light glowed faintly beneath a cracked plastic cover. It runs fine, she said, brushing him off. Thomas gave a low chuckle as they pulled out of the lot. Sure, runs fine. If fine includes sounding like it's in physical pain every time you hit the gas. The car gave a high-pitched squeal as they turned onto the main road, followed by a series of rattles as the wheels rolled over uneven pavement. Carol winced, gripping the wheel tighter. Okay, maybe it's not perfect, she admitted. Perfect? Carol, this car has personality, Thomas said, grinning. Not the kind you want in a vehicle, but personality nonetheless. The two of them laughed, the tension easing as they approached the highway. The car seemed to settle into a slightly steadier rhythm, though the occasional creak and groan still broke through the hum of the engine. It's just a rental, Carol muttered, her cheeks flushing slightly. I didn't think it needed to be fancy. Thomas leaned back, shaking his head. Fancy isn't the issue. The issue is whether this thing is actively plotting our demise. Carol snorted despite herself. You're exaggerating. Am I? Thomas said, raising an eyebrow as the car rattled over a speed bump, its suspension protesting loudly. By the time they pulled into the parking lot of the Element Lexington, the car let out one last groan, as if relieved to have stopped. Carol parked and sighed, turning off the ignition. Thanks for pointing all that out, she said dryly. Thomas grinned, unbuckling his seatbelt. What are friends for? Besides, now you'll never forget this charming ride. She rolled her eyes, but couldn't help smiling as they stepped out and headed toward the hotel entrance, leaving the temperamental rental behind. The glass doors of the Element Lexington slid open with a whisper, revealing a lobby bathed in soft, warm light. The polished tile floor gleamed beneath their feet, and the faint scent of citrus and freshly laundered linens hung in the air. A distant hum of conversation drifted from a small lounge area off to the right, where a sleek coffee bar stood, offering complimentary brews. Carol inhaled deeply, the crisp, clean air a refreshing contrast to the rattling chaos of the rental. A soft hum of jazz played over the sound system, unobtrusive but grounding, giving the space an air of understated sophistication. To their left, an inviting bank of computer terminals was tucked into a quiet alcove, each station separated by frosted glass dividers. Carol slowed her pace, her gaze lingering on the terminals. "I remember these," she said, motioning toward them. "I stayed here when I first moved to Cambridge 8 months ago. These were a lifesaver, printing resumes, organizing files, even a bit of guilty online shopping." Thomas smirked. "They look serious. Definitely not your typical guest-use computers." The terminals were set into a sleek wooden counter, each screen glowing faintly under recessed lighting. The faint hum of their fans was barely noticeable over the soft jazz. Nearby, a small tray held neatly stacked notepads and pens embossed with the hotel's logo. As they wandered closer, Carol's attention was momentarily pulled to the coffee bar. A barista-style machine gleamed under its own spotlight, surrounded by jars of sugar packets, creamers, and an assortment of teas. The smell of freshly brewed coffee mixed with the subtle citrus, making her stomach rumble faintly. Thomas followed her gaze and grinned. "Free coffee? Now this is my kind of place." "Don't tempt me," she said with a smirk. "I'm trying not to overload on caffeine before bed." They moved toward the terminals, the plush carpet softening their steps as they approached. Carol ran her fingers lightly along the edge of the counter, memories of her first few weeks in Cambridge surfacing, navigating the unfamiliar city, chasing down leads, and staying up late in this very lobby, piecing her new life together. Thomas glanced around, his sharp eye taking in the subtle details. "I can see why you stayed here. It's nice, clean, very you." Carol smiled faintly, her fingers brushing the cool edge of a keyboard. "Yeah, it helped me get my footing when everything felt new. Like now, in a way." He raised an eyebrow, sensing her meaning, but said nothing. The moment hung briefly between them before the faint ding of an elevator nearby broke the spell. Carol settled into the chair at the sleek wooden terminal, her hand hovering nervously over the keyboard. With a deep breath, she fished the orange USB from her bag, its surface smooth and faintly cool to the touch. Her other hand drifted to her leg, rubbing absent-mindedly, as if to ground herself. She glanced up at Thomas, who was leaning casually over her shoulder. "Here we go," she muttered, preparing to insert the USB. "One sec," Thomas interrupted, straightening up. Carol frowned, watching as he stepped back. "What now?" "Need a coffee for this," he said, already sauntering off toward the coffee bar. She stared after him, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. "Seriously?" Thomas waved a dismissive hand without turning, his stride unhurried. Carol sighed, shaking her head as she tapped the USB against the edge of the terminal. Her nerves were quickly morphing into irritation. Moments later, Thomas reappeared, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. He took a tentative sip, immediately wincing. "Hot. Too hot. Can't even sip it yet." Carol rolled her eyes, her annoyance bubbling over. "You good, or—" "Yes, yes, yes," he said quickly, motioning with his free hand like a conductor urging an orchestra onward. "Put it in, hun. Let's see what this thing's hiding." With a smirk and a small shake of her head, Carol plugged the orange USB into the computer. The screen blinked to life, its glow illuminating her focused expression as Thomas leaned in, the coffee forgotten for now. The terminal's screen flickered once, then dropped out of its modern interface, plunging into an old-school black background with glowing green text. The letters and symbols streamed down at a dizzying speed, too fast for Carol to comprehend. She leaned forward, her fingers gripping the edge of the desk tightly. Her heart thumped loudly in her chest. "What the hell?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. Beside her, Thomas shifted, still gingerly testing his coffee. "Well, this is, nostalgic. I feel like I'm about to play Pong." Carol shot him a look, but didn't respond. The screen flashed again, and a single prompt appeared at the top. Silent seals. Beneath it, A large box appeared in the center of the screen with a bold, blinking badge. Click here. Carol's breath hitched. She felt her palm grow clammy against the mouse. Her other hand instinctively moved to rub her leg again, a nervous habit she couldn't quite shake. "What's it waiting for?" Thomas asked, peering at the screen over her shoulder, his coffee held at arm's length like an awkward prop. Carol hesitated. Her finger hovered over the mouse, trembling slightly. "I don't know, Thomas. Maybe it's waiting for me to spontaneously combust." "Hey," he said, his tone light. "You got this. Worst case, you unleash Skynet and we all get cool sunglasses." Carol exhaled sharply, more from nerves than amusement, and clicked the badge. The screen shifted immediately. 8 new windows opened simultaneously, each one displaying something different. One window showed their live feed, Carol seated stiffly, Thomas looming behind her with his coffee, blowing on it like he was trying to extinguish a candle. She winced at the sight. Another 3 boxes were dark, each labeled with a cryptic icon she didn't recognize. The remaining windows displayed what seemed to be live feeds, a map with coordinates scrolling in one, and a room where a man with a full, scruffy beard sat casually puffing on a cigar. His face was illuminated by the soft glow of his monitor. The man paused mid-conversation, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Carol and Thomas's feed. A slow grin spread across his face, mischievous and knowing. Oh, he said, leaning closer to the camera. "The Carol and the Thomas, I presume?" Carol's hand froze on the mouse, her pulse racing as her eyes met the screen. Thomas, finally taking a sip of his coffee, choked slightly, muttering, "Yeah, that's not ominous at all." The man on the screen leaned back in his chair, the glowing tip of his cigar illuminating his face in soft orange hues. "Name's Silent Sam," he said, his voice a mix of calm authority and mischief. "But you can call me Aussie." From somewhere off-screen, a sudden burst of barking interrupted. Aussie chuckled, a genuine rumbling sound that caught Carol off guard. "Sorry, my babes get restless if I'm online too long," he said, leaning awkwardly to the side. Carol realized he must be reaching down to pet a dog, the thought unexpectedly easing some of the tension knotting her stomach. Aussie sat upright again, motioning lazily with his cigar. "My team, the Silent Seals, are a tight-knit group of," he raised his fingers for air quotes, "ethical hackers." Carol folded her arms, unimpressed, her mind flashing to the oddities of the past week. The package, the green crayon, the haunting message, "They know you're close." Aussie seemed to pick up on her frustration. "Listen," he began, his tone softening. "I owe you an apology, Carol. Truly, I didn't mean to worry you, but..." He shifted in his chair, searching for words. "This stuff requires a level of security that's..." Carol couldn't take it anymore. She leaned forward, her voice sharp. "Phew. So what's this all about then? I mean, seriously, what the hell?" Her cheeks flushed as her anger spilled out, her voice trembling with the weight of pent-up tension. Aussie paused, his head tilting slightly as if he were considering her outburst carefully. "Yup," he finally said, exhaling through his nose. "Welp, I deserve that." He leaned back again, giving her space to process. Aussie took a deep drag from his cigar, letting the smoke curl upward before he spoke. "Here's the thing," he began, leaning closer to the camera. "Last week, my team intercepted a classified memo. Not easy to do, let me tell you. It mentioned your group, called you the Lincoln team." He paused for effect, his hand gesturing to shrug, as if to say, "Go figure." "The kicker?" It said, "Lincoln team close." Thomas raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Close to what?" Aussie smirked, gesturing with his cigar. "That's the million-dollar question, ain't it?" Close could mean a lot of things. Hell, maybe you're about to invent the next toaster oven, but my gut tells me it's bigger than that, and I'm rarely wrong about these things. Thomas chuckled. "If only they knew the real progress we've made. Right now, we're just trying to make sense of a flickering signal." Carol, feeling the tension in her chest finally ease, leaned back slightly in her chair. "Yes, Aussie, it doesn't exactly feel like we're on the verge of any great discovery just yet," she said, a small smirk playing on her lips. "All we've got so far is a frequency, one that seems to operate on a quantum level, but it's frustratingly elusive. I can't pinpoint it, and sometimes it just disappears. Aussie nodded, his expression thoughtful. Quantum level signals are like that. Slippery little buggers. They make you chase shadows until you think you're crazy. He leaned forward again, his tone shifting to one of quiet resolve. Listen, my team and I will keep digging. We're good at finding what doesn't want to be found. If anything else pops up with your name or anything Lincoln related, we'll let you know. Carol studied him closely. The rugged man on the screen, surrounded by the faint chaos of barking dogs and cigar smoke, seemed an odd ally for a group of MIT researchers. But there was something about him, something disarming. His blunt honesty and casual demeanor felt genuine, trustworthy even. She allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. Yeah, he seems legit. Maybe even someone I can trust. Carol hesitated for a moment, her fingers brushing against her chin as she processed everything Aussie had said. Finally, she broke the silence. But who could be watching us? I mean, if we're not even sure what we're looking for, how could anyone else know? Aussie leaned back slightly in his chair, the glow of his cigar flickering as he considered her question. That's the crazy thing, he said, gesturing with his hand as if to underline the absurdity. Because you're with DARPA, well, it's hard to sort out. Carol furrowed her brow. What do you mean? He shrugged, his expression serious but not devoid of a hint of wry humor. DARPA's got fingers in every pie, military, tech, even stuff that feels straight out of sci-fi. Half the time, they don't even know what their own teams are doing. You could be stepping on someone's toes without even realizing it, or worse, they could be watching to see if you're about to stumble into their territory. Carol sat back, her mind racing. The idea that her own work might be tangled in a web far beyond her understanding wasn't exactly comforting. Great, she muttered. So basically, it could be anyone. Aussie nodded solemnly. Welcome to the wonderful world of classified projects, Carol. Trust me, it's as fun as it sounds. Thanks, Aussie, she said finally, her voice steady. It's good to know someone's watching our backs. Aussie grinned, tipping an invisible hat. Anytime, Carol. Stay safe. And hey, Thomas, keep her out of trouble, will ya? Thomas laughed. No promises. As the call ended, the screen blinked back to the hotel's login page. Carol sat back in her chair, her thoughts swirling but her anxiety tempered. For the first time in days, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she wasn't entirely alone in this. Volume 1, Chapter 10, A Meeting of the Seals and a Parrot Named Moses. Osai sat in the warm, dim glow of his home office, the faint hum of his custom-built server blending with the crickets chirping outside. His monitors cast pale light across his face, showing lines of code, maps, and live data feeds stacked like windows into another world. A half-smoked cigar rested in the ashtray on his desk, wisps of smoke curling lazily upward. He reached for it, took a slow drag, and exhaled with deliberate calm. The screen before him displayed the icons of the SEALs, each a unique symbol representing one of the most elusive hackers in the world. A silver wolf, a black raven, a fox with blazing red eyes, a cybernetic snake, and his own, a digital seal cresting over blue waves. Aussie clicked into the secure platform, initiating the call. One by one, voices emerged from the void. SEALs, we're live, Aussie said, his voice steady but edged with tension. About bloody time, Cobra growled, his London accent sharp and impatient. What's the emergency, Aussie? This better not be another false flag. The fox icon blinked. Firefox, his Spanish accent clipped and unpolished, cut in. I leave Andalusia operation for this, amigo. Big problem, yes? Or wasting time? It big, Lupin interjected, his Scandinavian accent rough and direct, words tumbling over each other. Aussie not call for nothing. We trust him. Aussie leaned forward, the glow from his screen casting sharp shadows on his face. I've made contact with someone, a researcher, Dr. Carol Hopkins. She's found a signal we've been tracking for years, quantum resonance. But this time it's close, practically in her backyard in Cambridge. A low whistle came from Firefox. In backyard? Madre mia, someone bold. Or careless, Cobra said. So, what's the deal, mate? You reckon this signal's worth the bother? Aussie brought up Carol's data feed. sharing his screen with the others. This isn't just a signal, it's structured, adaptive, almost like it's alive. Carol's tracking it through DARPA-funded research, but she doesn't realize how deep this goes. DARPA, Lupin said, his voice cracking with disbelief. This US government, they funding her? They are, Aussie confirmed, indirectly. But this signal, it's way outside the scope of her project. If DARPA's aware of it, they're not saying. Let me get this straight, Cobra said, his voice sharp. Some shady players beaming this thing right under DARPA's bloody nose? That's a ballsy move. Or they're thick as bricks. Firefox snorted. Or bait. Maybe they want someone find it. Aussie took another drag from his cigar, tapping ash into the tray. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The signal isn't just a broadcast, it's a lure. Carol's equipment isn't just picking it up, it's interacting with it. The way it shifts and adapts, it's like it's trying to lock onto her. Madre de Dios, Firefox exclaimed. You mean it's looking for people? Why her? Rook's raven icon blinked, his voice soft and precise. Aussie, any chance this ties to classified research? I've seen whispers of resonance projects popping up in private and state channels, neural tech, cognitive influence. Aussie leaned back, exhaling a plume of smoke. If it's neural, this could be the testing phase, a proof of concept. Someone's experimenting with influence, thought patterns, emotions, maybe more. Lupin let out a long breath. Mind control, this real thing? Seems like it, Aussie said grimly. We've seen bits of this tech before in black market channels, but nothing this advanced. If they're refining it, Cambridge might just be one testing site. Firefox cursed under his breath. Aussie, amigo, what we do? They track her, see? That's the worry, Aussie admitted. If Carol keeps investigating, they'll know she's on to them. We have to keep her safe and get to the bottom of this. Bloody hell, Cobra muttered. This is a bloody house of cards waiting to fall. Aussie straightened, his tone sharpening. Here's the plan. Lupin, you're running interference. I need a signal mask to make it look like Carol's scans are offline while keeping her readings intact. Can do, Lupin said. Give 1 hour. Rook, Aussie continued, dig through classified networks. Look for chatter on resonance projects, especially neural ones. Anything that points to Cambridge. Deploying bots now, Rook replied, his icon blinking as he worked. Firefox Cobra, Aussie said. You're on location monitoring. Any movement near Carol's lab, devices, foot traffic, anything unusual, flag it. Aye, mate, Cobra replied. We'll know if a mouse farts in Cambridge. Consider it done, Firefox added, his tone more serious. The room fell silent for a moment, the gravity of the task pressing on them. Finally, Lupin broke the quiet. Aussie, you trust this Carol? She's smart enough, stay out of danger? Aussie stared at the glowing icons, his voice soft but resolute. She's sharp. She's in this now, whether she likes it or not. We owe it to her to help. Then we help, Lupin said simply. Seals together. Firefox chimed in, his voice brightening. Sigh, and we make sure whoever's behind this regrets it. Poke hive, get stung. A chorus of agreement echoed through the call. Aussie took a final drag of his cigar before stubbing it out. All right, SEALs, let's move. Carol's counting on us. He clicked off the call, the avatars vanishing one by one. The room fell quiet, save for the faint hum of his monitors. Aussie stood, stretching, and crossed to his garage door. He pressed the opener, letting the cool night air sweep inside. The faint scent of fresh grass mingled with the lingering smoke from his cigar as he stepped out into the driveway. For a moment, Aussie stared at the stars above, their quiet brilliance a stark contrast to the chaos he'd just unleashed. With a deep breath, he turned back to his monitors, ready to dive into the next step. Carol wasn't just another researcher anymore, she was part of their mission, and Aussie wasn't about to let her face it alone. Aussie stepped back into his garage, closing the door behind him as the night air gave way to the familiar hum of his custom-built server. He eased into his leather chair, the well-worn cushion conforming to him like an old friend. Outside, rustling in the bushes caught his attention, and moments later, Maggie and Bear trotted into the garage through their doggy door. Their fur gleamed faintly in the glow of the monitors, and their noses twitched as they sniffed the air, taking stock of Aussie and their surroundings. Hey, you two, Aussie said, his voice softening. Maggie patted up first, nuzzling his knee with her wet nose. Bear hung back briefly, his ears perked, as if scanning for threats before deeming the garage secure and settling by the door. Acreage life was great, Aussie thought. Plenty of room for his dogs to roam, and yet they always seemed to know when he needed them close. All right, he muttered, turning back to the glowing screen. With a few keystrokes, the sleek silhouette of Solo materialized on the center monitor. The digital figure turned toward Aussie, its faintly glowing eyes giving a hint of personality. Good evening, Oscar, Solo greeted, its smooth voice steady, blending efficiency with a hint of warmth. You're burning the midnight oil again. Yeah, well, the stars aren't the only things keeping me up, Aussie replied, idly scratching Maggie's ears as she leaned against his leg. He glanced at Bear, who had sprawled out lazily by the garage door, his tail wagging faintly. Solo, you know all about the Carol situation, right? Solo nodded, or at least performed the digital equivalent of a nod. Of course. I've been analyzing all associated data points since you initiated contact with her team. Quantum resonance, classified DARPA involvement, encrypted memos. Quite the tangled web. Aussie exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, tangled is one way to put it. I need you to run a quick analysis. Give me 5 possible threats her team could be facing. Start broad and work your way down. Solo's form flickered slightly, its eyes narrowing as if deep in thought. After a moment it spoke, its tone deliberate and measured. Threat 1. Government oversight. DARPA's involvement suggests the project is on a radar much higher than hers. If they suspect she's veering into unauthorized research, they may shut her down or co-opt her findings for their own purposes. Aussie grunted. Figures. What's next? Threat 2. Corporate espionage. This signal has potential commercial applications, energy, communications, even weaponry. Competing interests may be monitoring her, hoping to exploit the discovery before it becomes public. Greedy bastards, Aussie muttered, scratching Bear's head with his free hand. Solo continued, unbothered. Threat 3. Rogue actors. Individuals or groups with advanced tech capabilities, likely state-sponsored or black market operatives, could intervene. If they interpret the signal's significance correctly, they might attempt to either steal or sabotage the research. Now we're talking, Aussie said, leaning forward. Give me 4. Threat 4. Environmental hazards. Solo gestured to the screen, where a map of Cambridge appeared. Quantum resonance is largely theoretical, but if improperly handled, it could destabilize local electromagnetic fields. Power surges, outages, even localized EMP effects are within the realm of possibility. Aussie frowned, glancing at the faint outline of Maggie curled up beside him. Not great. And 5. Threat 5. The signal itself, Solo said, its voice taking on a faint gravity. If the signal is truly adaptive, as you and the SEALs suspect, it's possible it could interact with her team's devices in unpredictable ways. Feedback loops, system overrides, or worse, influencing cognitive functions in those exposed for extended periods. A chill ran down Aussie's spine, but he masked it with a half smile. Worse, huh? You really know how to cheer a guy up, Solo. Solo tilted its head as if apologetic. My function is to provide clarity, Oscar, not comfort. Oscar leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight, and rubbed his stomach absently. That bottle of Pepto-Bismol on the desk had been staring him down for the better part of an hour. Finally giving in, he grabbed it, unscrewed the cap, and took a swig. The chalky pink liquid coated his throat, and he grimaced. Ugh, nectar of the gods, my ass, he muttered, setting the bottle down with a dull thunk. He turned to the glowing monitor, where Solo's shimmering blue hologram stood at ease, hands clasped behind its back, a faint smile on its digital face. Aussie wiped his mouth and said, All right, Solo, my stomach's a wreck, my brain's fried, and the world's on fire. Tell me a joke. Or a story. Or a joke story. Something to keep me from thinking about, well, everything. Solo tilted its head slightly, the pixels on its face rippling like water. A joke story, huh? All right. The house was quiet, bathed in moonlight, its inhabitants long asleep. A burglar, clad in black from head to toe, crept through the open kitchen window, his movements careful and deliberate. He avoided creaky floorboards like a professional dancer, his flashlight sweeping silently across counters and cabinets. As he slipped into the living room, a strange voice shattered the silence. Jesus is watching you. The burglar froze mid-step, his heart pounding like a drum. His flashlight wavered, its beam landing on an ornate painting of a serene Jesus on the far wall. No way, he thought, shaking his head. He must have imagined it. He took another step forward. Jesus is watching you. The burglar spun around, his flashlight landing on a parrot perched in a gilded cage in the corner. Did you just say that? The burglar asked, his voice low and cautious. The parrot cocked its head. Yes, I'm Moses. The burglar blinked. Moses? What kind of idiot names a parrot Moses? The bird ruffled its feathers indignantly. Same kind who names their Rottweiler Jesus. Oscar leaned back in his chair, his hand clutching his stomach as a hearty laugh erupted from him, echoing through the garage. He slapped his knee, his cigar nearly falling from his lips. Solo? Are you kidding me? Ossie wheezed, wiping tears from the corner of his eyes. Moses and Jesus, what a tag team! A parrot and a Rottweiler, you can't make this stuff up. Maggie and Bear, lounging near his feet, perked up at the sound of Ossie's laughter. Maggie gave a soft woof, her tail wagging, while Bear lazily stretched, as if to say, What's so funny, Dad? Ossie leaned forward, grinning at the screen. You've outdone yourself this time, Solo. That's a keeper. I'm going to tell Linnell that one. She'll think I've lost my damn mind. Solo's calm voice replied, It is statistically likely she already believes that, Oscar. Ossie burst into another round of laughter, the sound mixing with the soft crackle of the monitors and the peaceful rustle of the trees outside. All right, smartass. I'm keeping you around for entertainment alone. Thanks, Solo. That's all I needed. Solo's form flickered again, its tone softening. Always here to help, Oscar. And remember, clarity can lead to solutions. Good night, Solo. Good night, Oscar. The screen dimmed, Solo's form fading into the darkness. Ossie leaned back, the quiet hum of the servers mixing with the sound of Bear's gentle breathing. He stared at the glowing list on the screen, the weight of the threats pressing down on him. But the steady warmth of Maggie against his leg reminded him of one thing. No matter what came next, he wasn't alone. Volume 1, Chapter 11, 3 Men and a Memory. The morning sunlight streamed through Thomas's Cambridge kitchen, painting the counter in warm streaks of gold. His coffee mug steamed beside him as he leaned against the counter, phone in hand. The clock on the microwave read 7:07 a.m., a bit early for casual texts, but he hadn't heard from Kevin in days. Thomas typed a quick message. Thomas, Hey, Kev, how's Israel treating you? Missed hearing from you, thought I'd check in. Everything good? The reply came almost immediately, surprising him. Kevin, Hey, big bro, you're up early. I'm good, thanks. Thomas took a sip of his coffee and raised an eyebrow at the timestamp on Kevin's message. Thomas, wait, what time is it there? Isn't Israel like a whole day ahead? Kevin's response popped up, a touch of incredulity coming through the screen. Kevin, Bro, it's only 2 hours ahead. Seriously, it's 9 a.m. here. Thomas frowned at his phone, muttering to himself. Only 2 hours? That doesn't feel right. Thomas, you sure about that? Israel's halfway across the world. Kevin, Yeah, I thought the same thing. But look it up if you don't believe me. Thomas shook his head, chuckling as he replied. Thomas, Like, that makes no sense, eh? Kevin, Totally doesn't. Feels like we've been cheated out of time zones or something. They shared a laugh even through the text before Thomas switched gears. Thomas, So how's the new gig? Everything going okay? Kevin replied with a string of messages, his energy practically vibrating through the screen. Kevin, Busy, man. Lots of setup. Those GPR units are wild. Nick and Roman are great, though. Nick's still calling toes foot fingers, BTW. Thomas, Classic Nick. Any downtime for you, or are you just running on fumes? Kevin, Not much downtime yet, but I'm hanging in. You know me. Thomas smiled at the familiar phrase, then a memory surfaced, one that made him grin wider. Thomas, Hey, speaking of you being you, Remember that time you made wine or water soup for Mom's birthday? There was a long pause before Kevin's response. Kevin, oh no, don't you dare. Thomas, oh, I dare. You boiled hot dogs for her, Kev. Just the water. You told her it was fancy soup from Paris. Kevin's next message was a string of laughing emojis, followed by, Kevin, she actually ate it. She didn't even pretend it was bad. Mom was a champ. Thomas, now laughing out loud, shook his head as he typed, Thomas, she was too nice to hurt your feelings. But dude, it was literally hot dog water. Kevin, yeah, but it was made with love, okay? Love and questionable culinary instincts. The laughter felt good, like a warm memory shared across the miles. Kevin's next message brought them back to the present. Kevin, anyway, gotta run. Roman's calling. Talk later? Thomas, yeah, talk soon. Stay safe, Kev. Thomas set his phone down, his grin fading into a softer, reflective smile. He took another sip of his coffee, the memory of their mother vivid in his mind. Her quiet patience, her ability to turn even the smallest gesture into a moment of joy. Somehow, the thought of Kevin halfway around the world, doing work their mom would have been so proud of, brought a sense of peace. The morning sun stretched lazily over the horizon, spilling golden light across the desert sands. Kevin shifted in the back seat of the SUV, trying to find a comfortable position. The vehicle rumbled steadily forward, towing a surprisingly pink trailer that had been their companion since day one. The trailer was dented and dusty, its bright hue faded but still incongruous against the stark desert backdrop. Kevin smirked to himself, the absurdity of its color providing a rare moment of levity. Who paints a trailer pink? He thought, shaking his head. Up front, Nick gripped the wheel with his massive hands, humming an off-key tune between sips of lukewarm water. His tan from the past few days seemed deeper, though it did little to hide his discomfort. He shifted in his seat, wincing slightly. Stomach. Not good, Nick grumbled, patting his abdomen with a grimace. Too much coffee. Always coffee. Kevin grinned. Big guy, I've seen you eat a steak the size of my head without breaking a sweat. Coffee's your downfall? Roman dug into the side pocket of his bag and pulled out a small green packet, handing it over to Nick. Here, Estomaquil. Just tear it open and swallow the powder. Works fast. Nick took it eagerly, squinting at the packet before ripping it open with his teeth. The faint scent of herbs wafted out as he tipped the contents onto his tongue, his face contorting briefly at the gritty texture. A second later, he nodded, patting his stomach with relief, already glimmering in his eyes. Good. Roman turned slightly, his excitement evident as he gestured to the tablet. This site? This is exciting. Avigdor picked it himself. Special treat for us. Nabatean waypoint. Kevin leaned forward, glancing at the map displayed on the screen. A waypoint? What's that? Roman's eyes gleamed. Traders used it centuries ago. Spices, silk, incense. Everything passed through here. It's not just history, it's a story. Nick grunted. No treasure, though. No gold. Just stories. Kevin chuckled. Come on, Nick. Isn't history enough for you? Think of it as a break from donkey work. Nick's heavy brows furrowed, but he cracked a small smile. Donkey work easier. No stomach pain. The SUV bounced along the rugged path, the pink trailer rattling slightly behind them, its load of neatly packed GPR units jostling with each bump. As they crested a small rise, Roman pointed ahead. There, that's the site. Kevin squinted through the glare, spotting the faint outline of stone structures. The ruins stood quiet and unassuming, their weathered edges softened by time. Nick slowed the SUV, pulling into a makeshift parking area. This is treat? He asked, his skepticism evident. Roman shot him a grin. Yes, Nick, treat. No digging, no pounding posts, just history. Kevin climbed out, adjusting his hat against the rising sun. The air carried the faint scent of dry earth and the metallic tang of sun-baked stone. Roman was already moving toward the ruins, his tablet in hand, his energy infectious. The trio approached the ruins, their footsteps crunching softly against the sand. The structures were simple but elegant, faint carvings etched into the walls whispering of lives long past. Roman crouched near an inscription, tracing the markings with his fingers. Look at this, he said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. They built this for traders, but also for themselves. These carvings, they tell a story of survival, of connection. Kevin leaned against a sun-warmed pillar, the smooth stone comforting beneath his hand. Not far off, Nick crouched low, squinting at a carved groove in one of the ancient stones. Roman stood nearby, his tablet in hand, absently snapping pictures and jotting notes. But his attention drifted to Nick. It didn't take long for Kevin to notice why. Nick's pants, stretched by his low crouch, had sagged just enough to reveal half of his broad backside. Kevin and Roman exchanged a glance, the shared realization sparking quiet snickers they tried to stifle. "What's so funny?" Nick grumbled, his voice deep and slow, not looking up. "You two laugh like children." Roman cleared his throat, trying to keep a straight face. "It's, nothing, Nick. Just admiring the view." Nick looked back over his shoulder, confused, catching Kevin's broad grin. "What view?" he asked, oblivious. Kevin held his hands up, feigning innocence. "Nothing, big guy. Just the majestic landscape." Nick's frown deepened, but he waved a dismissive hand and stood, tugging his pants back into place without noticing the issue. "Bah, you weird. This stone," he tapped the groove. "Old, but maybe just scratch. No treasure, no meaning, just scratch." Roman coughed into his hand to hide another laugh, handing Nick the trail mix bag from his pocket. "Here, keep your strength up. You're doing important work." Nick opened the bag, inspecting it skeptically before popping a handful into his mouth. "See?" he said, crunching loudly. "Team need me. I am strong arm. You two only skinny brains. Someone must do hard work." Kevin doubled over, laughing as Roman joined in, the sound echoing across the quiet ruins. Nick, chewing his snack with a grin, gestured broadly at the expanse of stone and history. "You laugh now, but Nick carry team. No Nick. Both die in desert, no question." Kevin shook his head, tears in his eyes from laughing. "Big guy, you're one of a kind. Can't argue with that." Roman clapped Nick on the shoulder. "We're lucky to have you, Nick. Truly. Just maybe invest in a belt for the next site." Nick furrowed his brow, clearly still confused, as Kevin leaned back against the pillar, catching his breath. The moment of levity felt like a small treasure in itself, a reminder that even under the blazing sun, surrounded by history, humor was a bond that could always carry them through. For a moment, the absurdity of the pink trailer, the long days, and even Nick's grumbling faded into the background. The ruins stood as a reminder of something larger, an enduring testament to human ingenuity and resilience in the harshest of environments. Nick carried the hefty GPR unit like it was weightless, though his broad shoulders glistened with sweat. "Today we find something special," he declared, his deep Croatian accent thick with excitement. "Not tunnels, something better." Kevin adjusted his hat to block the sun and smirked. "Better, huh? Like treasure, or are we talking like ancient Roman flip-flops?" Roman, tablet in hand, snorted as he squatted to check their grid location. "Let's settle for something more interesting than rocks." The trio reached the scanning area, and Roman methodically marked the ground while Kevin powered up the GPR unit. The machine whirred to life with a soft hum, and Kevin began sweeping slow, careful arcs. For a few moments, the screen showed nothing but static and the occasional faint blip. Then, curved lines began to emerge, distinct from the usual jagged noise. Kevin squinted, tilting the monitor toward Roman. "Hey, check this out. That's not a wall. It's too smooth." Roman leaned in, his brow furrowing. "Could be a basin, or..." He gestured for Kevin to keep scanning. "Keep going. Let's see more." The shapes grew clearer, a series of interconnected chambers, rectangular pools, and smaller side rooms. Roman's eyes lit up. "It's a bathhouse, Roman Empire style." Nick's face fell into a skeptical frown. "Bathhouse? Not special. Who cares? People wash here. That's it?" Kevin burst out laughing. "Come on, Nick. It's a piece of history. Don't tell me you're not at least a little excited about an ancient spa day." Nick grumbled, waving dismissively at the monitor. "No gold, no treasure, just naked Roman men with soap." Roman cracked a rare grin, logging notes on his tablet. "Hey, maybe we can market it. Nick's Roman bath tours, reservations required." Kevin joined in, pretending to shout at the empty desert. "Step right up, folks. Free mud scrubs with every visit." Nick shook his head, his grumpiness fading as he began to laugh. You two, funny, always jokes. I find better place next time. No bathhouses. Suddenly, Nick's smile faded, his expression shifting to something more serious and uncomfortable. He placed a hand on his stomach. What's wrong, big guy? Kevin asked, noticing Nick shifting uncomfortably. Nick cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed. Uh, Stomach, not happy. Too much coffee this morning. Where bathroom? Kevin and Roman exchanged glances, both struggling to contain their laughter. Roman pointed out at the endless expanse of sand and scrub. Bathroom? You're looking at it, my friend. Nick groaned, glancing around the barren landscape. No trees, no rocks, just open desert. How I do this? Kevin smirked, gesturing to a sparse bush nearby. That's your spot, Nick. It's not the Ritz, but it's all you've got. Nick hesitated, visibly distressed. This is bad. What if someone sees? Or animal bites me? Roman clapped him on the shoulder, barely able to keep a straight face. Relax. The Romans didn't have bathrooms either. Just think of it as connecting with history. Grumbling, Nick shuffled off toward the brush, muttering under his breath in Croatian. Kevin and Roman turned their backs, giving him some privacy, though neither could stop snickering. After a few moments of silence, Kevin cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, Hey, Nick, is that a scorpion behind you? Nick froze mid-squat, whipping his head around. What? Where? Kevin and Roman burst into laughter, doubled over as Nick scrambled to his feet, glaring at them. Not funny, Nick growled, his face red with embarrassment. You think joke? I find scorpion, I bring it back to you. Kevin wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Come on, Nick, you're safe. The scorpions probably can't handle the smell anyway. Roman, still chuckling, tried to sound serious. All right, let's give the man some peace. He's doing important business over there. Nick returned a few minutes later, clearly disgruntled, but no worse for wear. Next time, we stop at gas station. No more desert. Kevin clapped him on the back. Don't worry, buddy. I'll make sure we add bathroom breaks to the itinerary. Despite Nick's embarrassment, the moment lightened the mood. As they packed up the GPR equipment, Roman glanced back at the bathhouse site. Well, gentlemen, it's not treasure, but it's history. Let's hand this over to the authorities and see what the next site brings. Nick grumbled something unintelligible, though his smile betrayed him. As the jeep rumbled forward, their laughter echoed across the desert, carrying with it the spirit of a team that found humor even in the strangest corners of history. Volume 1, Chapter 12, Roman's General Recital. The sun had dipped low, casting the sky in shades of lavender and orange as the team loaded the last of their gear into the pink trailer. Kevin stretched, his arms aching from the day's labor, and glanced toward the horizon. A white SUV pulled into view, dust swirling in its wake, and Kevin squinted as it approached. Roman straightened from his crouch by the equipment, his expression brightening. That'll be Avigdor, Roman said, brushing off his hands. The SUV parked and out stepped Avigdor Lieberman, a man whose reputation preceded him in Israel. He was tall and solidly built, with a presence that exuded both authority and ease. He carried several bags of takeout, and even before he'd reached them, the warm, spiced aroma hit Kevin's nose like a gust of pure temptation. Kevin's stomach growled audibly. Stop talking and give food, he thought, glancing at Nick, who was sniffing the air like a bear catching the scent of honey. Gentlemen, Avigdor greeted, his voice deep and hearty. Good work today. I brought you something special. You've earned it. The men gathered around as Avigdor set the bags down on the trailer's tailgate. The scents of roasted lamb, garlic, cinnamon, and herbs wafted upward, mingling with the faint, lingering smell of sweat and desert dust. Roman peeked into one of the bags, his face lighting up. Is that makluba? Roman asked, barely containing his excitement. Avigdor nodded with a smile. And shawarma, hummus, stuffed vine leaves, enough to feed an army? Kevin leaned closer, his mouth watering. He thought he caught a hint of sumac and freshly baked pita. His brain repeated the same thought in a loop. Please, for the love of everything holy, stop talking and let us eat. Avigdor opened one of the containers, releasing a cloud of steam fragrant with cinnamon and nutmeg. First, though, he said, his tone turning serious, I want to congratulate you. Your work is already yielding results. Roman's brows lifted in curiosity. Nick, crouched by the food, straightened up, his large hands hovering protectively near the nearest container. Results? What kind? Avigdor's expression hardened slightly, though his tone remained warm. The GPR units you installed have identified multiple tunnels. Some are dormant, but one, in particular, is showing signs of active digging. Nick's face broke into a satisfied grin. Yes, is good. I like, Kevin smirked, suppressing a laugh. Nick's simplicity often felt like a refreshing counterbalance to the weight of the situations they found themselves in. Avigdor gestured to Roman. The military has been monitoring that tunnel since yesterday. The data your units provide is precise and invaluable. Tomorrow they'll act on this intel. I can't share all the details, but know this. What you're doing isn't just about archaeology. You're helping ensure security. Lives are safer because of this work. Roman nodded solemnly, his hands resting on his hips. Good. That's good to hear. Kevin, chewing on the information, glanced at Nick, who nodded with an unusual sense of gravity. We're happy to help, Kevin said, surprising himself with how much he meant it. Avigdor's expression softened, and he reached for the takeout bags. All right, enough of the heavy stuff. You've earned this meal. Enjoy it and get some rest. Tomorrow the work continues. The men wasted no time, tearing into the feast with enthusiasm. Kevin grabbed a piece of tender lamb wrapped in warm pita and stuffed with fresh parsley and pickles, the first bite sending a rush of flavors through his mouth. The tang of the pickles balanced the smoky meat perfectly. Nick devoured a vine leaf stuffed with spiced rice and ground meat, muttering between bites. Good food. Very good. Roman dipped pita into hummus, the creamy texture complemented by the slight tang of lemon and garlic. He sighed contentedly. As they ate, the group's mood lightened, the exhaustion of the day temporarily forgotten. Kevin glanced at Avigdor, who leaned against the trailer, watching them with a faint smile. Thanks for this, Kevin said, raising a piece of shawarma. I don't think I've ever appreciated a meal this much. Avigdor chuckled. Good food has a way of making everything else feel manageable. And you've earned it. The desert wind picked up, carrying the lingering warmth of the day into the cooler night. As the men ate and swapped stories, Kevin found himself struck by a strange sense of gratitude for the work, for the food, and for this unexpected team that had somehow become a kind of family out here in the middle of nowhere. The warmth of the meal lingered as the group packed up, the sun fully surrendered to the horizon. The desert cooled quickly, the crisp air carrying the faint scent of olive trees and dust. Avigdor stood, brushing crumbs from his hands, his expression shifting from relaxed to purposeful as he turned to Roman. Roman, Avigdor said, his tone measured but firm, I'll need you with me for the meeting with the generals tonight. It's important they hear directly about the GPR data. Roman straightened instinctively, his hand reaching to secure his tablet. Though he gave a quiet nod, Kevin noticed the subtle shift in his expression. Resolve mingled with tension. Nick raised an eyebrow, his large hands folding across his chest. Without much fanfare, Avigdor led Roman to the waiting SUV. Kevin caught Roman's brief glance back, a flicker of unease in his eyes. The drive to the military base was quiet, the hum of the SUV blending with the rhythmic thud of tires over uneven road. Roman sat in the passenger seat, tablet on his lap, occasionally swiping through the GPR data, his face illuminated by its glow. Avigdor at the wheel exuded calm. His eyes stayed fixed on the road, but his presence filled the vehicle, a quiet reminder of his authority. Roman took a deep breath, his mind running through the numbers. He knew the GPR data backwards and forwards, but presenting it to a room full of generals? That was a different beast entirely. He tightened his grip on the tablet, willing his nerves to steady. The base came into view, its sharp lines of concrete and steel lit by floodlights. Soldiers moved efficiently along the perimeter, their shadows cutting across the vast courtyard as they passed between buildings. The SUV slowed at the gate, a soldier stepping forward to inspect their IDs. Avigdor handed over his credentials with the ease of someone accustomed to such protocols. The soldier's gaze lingered on Roman, who felt the weight of scrutiny even as he remained silent. After a brief moment, the soldier nodded and waved them through. Inside, the air was starkly different from the cool desert outside. The hum of fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, the corridors echoing with clipped voices and measured footsteps. Roman followed Avigdor down a long hallway lined with photographs of military operations, each frame a reminder of the stakes. As they neared the conference room, Avigdor glanced over his shoulder, his voice low. Stick to the facts. They're already on edge about the tunnel intel, and they'll be looking for holes in the data. Be clear. Be confident. Roman nodded, though his stomach tightened at the thought. The heavy oak doors loomed ahead, their presence as imposing as the men waiting behind them. Avigdor pushed the doors open, stepping inside with the assuredness of a man who belonged. Roman followed, his shoulders squared as he scanned the room. Around the large table sat a group of generals, their sharp uniforms adorned with rows of medals. Their gazes turned to him, assessing and unreadable. Avigdor motioned for Roman to sit, then addressed the room. Gentlemen, thank you for making time tonight. Roman here will walk you through the latest findings from the GPR installations. The data speaks for itself. Roman swallowed hard, standing to connect his tablet to the display screen. As the map of the Gaza border appeared, he took a steadying breath, pushing past the nerves to focus on what mattered: the truth in the data and the lives it could save. The high-security conference room buzzed with quiet intensity, the muted hum of the projector filling the air as Roman connected his tablet to the display. The illuminated map of the Gaza border sprang to life on the screen, glowing red lines tracing the network of tunnels beneath the landscape. Around the table, Israeli military commanders, their uniforms pressed and adorned with medals, sat rigidly, their eyes locked on the map. Finance Minister Avigdor Lieberman stood to the side, arms crossed, his presence commanding without a word. Roman cleared his throat, his fingers trembling slightly as he tapped on his tablet. These, Roman began, his accent soft but his voice steady, are the latest scans from NEL's ground-penetrating radar units deployed over the last 3 days. The GPR data indicates multiple tunnels, many abandoned. However, he paused, tapping to zoom in on a specific area. Here, Sector 7. This tunnel shows signs of active excavation. Based on the readings, it's large enough to transport supplies or weapons. The room stirred, a few generals exchanging sharp glances. Major Yael, seated near the front, leaned forward, her brows furrowed. How recent is this data? Just hours ago, Roman replied, glancing at Avigdor for reassurance. The equipment sends updates in real time to our secure network. The excavation activity is unmistakable. Consistent vibrations, loose soil movements. It's happening now. Avigdor stepped forward, his tone cutting through the room like a blade. This isn't speculation. After last night's missile barrage from Iran, we know our enemies are testing our defenses. The Iron Dome shields us from aerial threats, but these tunnels bypass it entirely. If they're actively expanding this network, we have no choice but to act. The generals murmured among themselves, the gravity of the situation settling over the room. Major Yael spoke again, her voice sharp. Excavation teams can be ready within hours. What about potential resistance? Roman gestured to another section of the map, where faint outlines of buildings and roads appeared above the tunnels. Our scans indicate civilian structures in proximity. Resistance is possible, but the tunnel's depth suggests we can isolate it without immediate surface conflict. Avigdor nodded, picking up from Roman seamlessly. The goal is precision. These tunnels are lifelines for our enemies. If we cut them off, we weaken their ability to strike and to smuggle weapons into our borders. A grizzled general with a silver mustache leaned back in his chair, his arms folded. Dawn, he said after a pause. We move at dawn. The teams will have cover, and the light will be in our favor. The room quieted as the decision sank in. Major Yael gave a brisk nod. Agreed. We'll brief the teams immediately. Avigdor glanced at Roman, a hint of approval in his expression. Prepare your full report for transmission to the field commanders. They'll need every detail. Roman exhaled quietly, his shoulders relaxing as he disconnected his tablet. The room began to clear, the generals rising with purpose, their conversations already turning to logistics. Avigdor placed a firm hand on Roman's shoulder as they followed the others out. You did well, Avigdor said quietly. This will make a difference. Roman nodded, the weight of the moment pressing down on him even as a flicker of pride stirred. Tomorrow the dawn would bring more than light, it would bring action. At dawn, the desert air was cool, a brief reprieve before the day's inevitable heat. Sergeant David led his unit toward one of the flagged tunnel sites, their boots crunching softly against the sand as the first light crept over the horizon. The horizon glowed with soft hues of orange and gold, casting long shadows across the landscape. The soldiers gathered in a loose circle around the entrance to the site, their rifles slung over their shoulders, their faces resolute but marked by the weight of the moment. The flagged coordinates led to a subtle depression in the earth, barely distinguishable from the surrounding terrain but unmistakable to trained eyes. David stepped to the center, removing his cap and bowing his head for a moment. The soft hum of a nearby GPR unit, still monitoring the ground beneath their feet, was the only sound cutting through the stillness. Above them, the sky transitioned from deep purple to pale blue as the sun edged higher, promising a scorching day ahead. "Brothers," he said, his voice steady, "before we step into the unknown, we pray. We ask God to guide us, to protect us, and to give us the strength to defend our homeland." The men bowed their heads, murmuring softly as David began a traditional Jewish prayer. "Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King. We ask for your protection as we carry out this mission. Bless our hands to act with courage, our hearts to act with mercy, and our minds to act with wisdom. Shield us as you have shielded your people throughout history, and bring us back safely to our families." The soldiers echoed a solemn "Amen," their voices a quiet harmony against the desert wind. As they lifted their heads, their resolve was palpable. David donned his cap, his voice firm. "All right, team. Private AV, you're scanning. Corporal Ben, you're on point. The rest of you keep formation tight. Stay sharp and watch for anything unusual. Let's move." The squad descended into the exposed tunnel in single file, their boots crunching softly on loose gravel. The oppressive darkness seemed to wrap around them, thick and all-consuming, broken only by the ghostly green glow of their night vision goggles. Each man's breath was controlled, measured, yet the faint rise and fall of their shoulders betrayed the tension thrumming through the group. Avi adjusted the strap of his gear, his hand brushing the cold steel of his rifle. His heart thudded in his chest like a slow, steady drumbeat, each beat echoing in his ears. Beside him, Ben wiped at the sweat trickling down his temple, muttering a quiet curse into his comm. The smell was the first thing to really hit them, damp earth, sharp and metallic, mingling with the sour stench of decay. Somewhere in the distance, water dripped rhythmically, each drop amplified in the eerie quiet. "Stay sharp," David's voice crackled softly through their comms, a low rasp in the silence. "Eyes on your sectors." Avi scanned the tunnel ahead, his flashlight off, relying instead on the glowing shades of green that painted his vision. The air was cooler here, almost refreshing against the sweat gathering under his helmet, but it clung to his skin with an uncomfortable dampness. Each step echoed faintly, a haunting reminder of the confined space and their vulnerable position. The group halted as David raised a fist, signaling for silence. They stood still, their breaths shallow, ears straining for any sound beyond their own. Avi's fingers tightened around his rifle as his eyes darted to the walls, noting the jagged patterns where the tunnel had been hastily carved. His stomach tightened. This was no ordinary dig. The faint hum of the scanning equipment broke the silence. Avi crouched low, activating the device. The screen flickered to life, its soft glow casting shadows on his gloved hands. He scanned the area ahead, watching the lines dance and shift on the monitor. "Nothing yet," he whispered, "just more dirt and rocks." "Good," Ben muttered, shifting his weight and adjusting his grip on his rifle. "Means we're not about to walk into—" A sudden flicker of orange light ahead froze them in place. David raised his fist again, his voice calm but urgent in their ears. "Hold, visual ahead, low light." The squad crouched low, rifles raised, their focus sharpened. Avi strained his eyes, his breath hitching as he caught the faint glow again. The flicker resolved into the unmistakable spark of a lighter. The faint sulfuric scent of cigarette smoke drifted toward them, cutting through the tunnel's earthy stench. "Targets," David murmured through the comm. 3, 10 meters ahead. Keep it quiet." Through his goggles, Avi could make out the shapes now. Three figures leaned casually against the rough walls, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their rifles slung lazily over their shoulders. They looked relaxed, smug even, their muted voices bouncing softly off the tunnel walls. David's voice crackled again, firm and commanding. Flashbang ready! Avi's pulse quickened as he reached for the grenade at his vest. His fingers felt clammy against the cool metal. He glanced at Ben, who gave him a curt nod, his own rifle trained on the figures ahead. Mark! The grenade sailed through the air, its metallic body spinning end over end before landing near the unsuspecting insurgents. The tunnel erupted in a blinding flash and a deafening roar, the sound reverberating off the walls and shaking loose small clumps of dirt. The insurgents shouted in confusion, their voices panicked and disoriented. Move! David barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. The team surged forward, their boots pounding against the ground. Two of the insurgents scrambled for their rifles, but the squad moved faster. Ben's rifle butt cracked against the first man's shoulder, sending him sprawling. Avi took the second with a precise shot to the knee, the man collapsing with a cry of pain. The third insurgent, blinded and dazed, dropped his cigarette and raised his hands in surrender. Clear, Ben called, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through them. The squad formed a defensive circle as Avi knelt to secure the disarmed insurgents. His hands moved swiftly, tying the zip ties with practiced ease. The smell of smoke and burnt ozone hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint copper tang of blood. Avi straightened, brushing dirt from his gloves. Smoking on duty, he muttered, shaking his head. Rookie mistake. Ben chuckled, the tension easing slightly. Guess they didn't get the memo about the no smoking zone. David stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Focus, we're not done yet. This was just one section. We keep moving. The squad pressed on, their boots crunching over debris as they cleared the remaining passages. They found evidence of recent activity. Discarded crates, a half-eaten meal, a crude sleeping area littered with blankets and empty water bottles. The tension in the air remained thick, every shadow a potential threat. As they emerged from the tunnel hours later, the pre-afternoon light bathed the landscape in a soft, golden glow. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, gentle shadows that stretched across the rocky terrain. The warmth was immediate, wrapping around the soldiers like a reassuring embrace after the cold, damp confines of the earth below. The men moved with purpose, their boots crunching on loose gravel as they regrouped near the vehicle. Despite their steady pace, there was a noticeable ease in their posture, a collective release of tension that had built up during the operation. They'd earned this moment, and though their work wasn't over, the weight of the unknown felt a little lighter now. David took a swig from his canteen, wiping sweat from his brow as he glanced back at the tunnel entrance. The hum of the equipment still faintly pulsed behind them, a steady reminder of the ground they'd covered. Ben leaned against the hood of the Jeep, tilting his head back to let the sun warm his face, his rifle resting across his lap. Sun, feels good, Avi muttered, stretching his stiff shoulders. He rolled his neck, the lingering ache from hours underground slowly ebbing away. David gave a small nod of agreement. The squad exchanged brief glances, a silent understanding passing between them. There was more work ahead, always more, but for now they had the light, the warmth, and the satisfaction of a job well done. Nearby, a tech team was already at work setting up infrared cameras at the tunnel entrance. The small, sophisticated units would monitor any future movement, sending instant alerts to the base if the tunnel was used again. One of the techs handed David a tablet showing the live feed. These cameras will catch even the smallest heat signature, the tech explained. We've also rigged motion sensors to cover the perimeter. Nothing's getting through without us knowing. David nodded approvingly. Good work. Make sure it's fully operational before we move on. Another team worked methodically to cover the exposed entrance, blending it back into the desert terrain. Within minutes, the tunnel looked untouched, a ghost of its former danger. As the squad prepared to leave, David took one last look at the site. We've done our part here, he said quietly. Now it's up to the next team to finish what we started. The soldiers climbed into their transport vehicle, the engine rumbling to life. Dust billowed behind them as they headed toward their next mission, leaving the hidden front lines carefully secured in their wake. Volume 1. Chapter 13, New Faces in the Lab and a Peregrine. The buzz of the research lab carried a different weight that morning. Carol Hopkins arrived to find Jameson already at his station, staring down a monitor with his coffee in hand and his trademark smirk firmly in place. Well, that's a sight, Carol said, setting her bag down. The infamous Jameson, hard at work before 9 a.m.? What's the occasion? New faces in the lab, he replied, raising his cup in mock toast. Figured I'd impress them before they realize how much of a slacker I really am. Carol chuckled as she powered up her laptop. You're going to give them such high expectations. The door hissed open, admitting two figures. First was Dr. Eleanor Baird, tall and sharp-eyed, her presence as precise as the equations she loved to untangle. Beside her stood Mark Quinn, a younger man with an easy smile and an almost boyish enthusiasm, his love for nanoengineering evident in the way his gaze swept over the lab's equipment. Dr. Hopkins, Eleanor said, offering a firm handshake. It's an honor. I've followed your work on resonance mapping for years. Your approach to abstract mathematical modeling is fascinating. Carol smiled. Thank you, Eleanor. I'm excited to have you on board. We've hit a few walls lately, and your expertise will be invaluable. Mark extended a hand. Mark Quinn, engineer, nanoscience enthusiast, and official button pusher. Nice to meet the humans behind all these equations. Jameson leaned back in his chair. Mark and I have exchanged enough emails to fill a novel. Good to see you finally escaped the data cave. Hey, data caves are sacred, Mark shot back with a grin. Before they could settle in, the door opened again and Thomas walked in, balancing a coffee cup and a stack of papers. His presence shifted the room, steady, thoughtful, and deeply curious. Thomas, Carol greeted warmly. Perfect timing. Everyone, this is Thomas, professor of frequencies and abstract mathematics, and an all-around expert on making the impossible sound plausible. Thomas smiled, setting his papers down. It's nice to meet you both. Eleanor, Mark, welcome. And Jameson. Still pretending to be productive, I see? Jameson raised his coffee cup again. You're just jealous of my methods. The group gathered around the circular table in the center of the lab. Monitors hummed to life, displaying intricate resonance waveforms and frequency data. Carol pulled up their latest findings, her voice steady, but charged with the excitement of discovery. Let's start with the anomaly, she said. Jameson and I have been tracking this resonance signal for months. It's adaptive, highly structured, and behaves in ways we've never seen before. The patterns suggest it isn't naturally occurring. Eleanor leaned in, her brow furrowing. Adaptive? Are you saying the signal changes in response to observation? Carol nodded. Exactly. Every time we scan it, it shifts, almost as if it's aware of us. That's where Thomas has been critical. His insights into the mathematical framework have been invaluable. Thomas gestured to the waveform on the monitor. The signal's patterns suggest intent. Frequencies this precise don't happen randomly. There's an intelligence to how it moves, almost like it's probing for something or someone. Mark whistled low, staring at the screen. If it's this adaptive, then it could sync with anything. Machines, people, brain activity. That's what we're concerned about, Carol admitted. The device we're using to track it, she gestured to a prototype humming softly in the corner, is incomplete. Thomas and I haven't been able to identify what's missing, but without that piece, we can't fully decode the signal. Eleanor's gaze remained fixed on the waveform. Have you considered that the missing component could be abstract? The signal itself might require something beyond hardware, like a mathematical model, or even a specific frequency alignment. Thomas's expression brightened. That's been my theory. If we can match the signal's resonance to a stable frequency, we might unlock its full scope. But, he added with a wry smile, it's easier said than done. Before anyone could reply, the door hissed open once more, and Colonel Jacob Hayes strode in. The air shifted, and the casual banter was replaced by a quiet, focused tension. Dr. Hopkins, Hayes greeted, nodding briefly to the rest of the team. I thought I'd sit in on today's session. This project is a priority for DARPA, and I want to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Carol gestured to the monitors. Of course, Colonel. We've been discussing the signal's adaptive nature. It's unlike anything we've encountered before. Hayes studied the waveforms, his expression unreadable. I've read your reports. The implication is clear. If this signal can be weaponized, it's a threat we can't ignore. Eleanor cleared her throat. Colonel, if this resonance can influence brainwave frequencies, and the patterns suggest it might, we're looking at cognitive manipulation. The applications would be troubling. Hayes's jaw tightened. Troubling is an understatement. If this technology exists, we need to ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Or, he added pointedly, that it already hasn't. Mark leaned closer to the monitor, his tone cautious. The signal's adaptive responses almost feel alive. It's like it's aware of who's observing it. Jameson groaned. Great. Let's add sentience to the list of terrifying possibilities. Jacob leaned casually against one of the lab benches, arms crossed as he addressed Carol. Mark actually arrived early yesterday. Something about... He lifted his hands to emphasize air quotes. A bad email? Mark, seated nearby, rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Yeah, more like I read the start date wrong on the email. Showed up a whole day early. Classic Mark move. The room chuckled. The tension of their work momentarily lightened. Anyway, Jacob continued, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Rather than bother you guys, I thought, why not grab the General's permission and bring Mark to DARPA's archives? He glanced at Mark, who offered a knowing grin in return. Oh, you two went on an adventure? Carol asked, raising an eyebrow. Let me guess. Mark made it interesting. Jacob smirked. You could say that. So, picture this, Mark began, gesturing wildly. We get into this brand new, shiny black van. Looks like a top-tier government ride, but the moment those doors shut, boom, we're in a metal box. No windows, no nothing. Just four walls and a ceiling. Couldn't even see the driver. The front was completely sealed off. Sounds claustrophobic already, Eleanor said, wincing. Oh, it gets worse, Mark replied, shaking his head. It wasn't just cramped. The air in there felt stale, thick, like it had been recirculating since the van rolled off the assembly line. Jacob couldn't resist. Yeah, and it wasn't just the air that was thick. Someone was already turning green. Mark glared at him, but it was clear he wasn't entirely upset. Look, I don't do well with enclosed spaces, okay? And the van was jerking and swerving like we were on some kind of roller coaster from hell. I held out as long as I could. You were gripping that seatbelt like your life depended on it, Jacob interjected, chuckling. And then I remembered the bag. The bag? Jameson asked, narrowing his eyes. Jacob nodded, grinning. Yeah, from my last dog walk. I'd tossed it into my jacket pocket and forgot about it. Figured it might come in handy, and boy, was I right. The room erupted into laughter, everyone turning to Mark for his reaction. He raised his hands in mock surrender. Okay, yes, fine. I used the bag. You don't understand. Between the motion sickness and the whole trapped in a vault on wheels vibe, I didn't have a choice. Carol's eyes widened. You mean you actually... Threw up into a poop bag, Mark confirmed, his tone resigned. Yeah, not my proudest moment. Thomas's mouth dropped open and he covered it with his hand to stifle a laugh. Mark, wow, I don't even have words. It's better than the alternative, Mark shot back, smirking. Could have been the floor, Jacob nudged him, unable to hide his amusement. The best part, the driver never even noticed, didn't say a word. Probably because we couldn't see him, Mark added, shaking his head. No windows, no rearview mirror, nothing. It was like being driven by a ghost with the driving skills of a sleep-deprived taxi driver. Eleanor tilted her head, trying to hold back a grin. Mark, you poor thing, how'd you even survive the rest of the ride? By sheer willpower, Mark said dramatically, earning another round of laughter. And by hoping I'd never have to explain this to anyone. Thanks, Jacob. Jacob just shrugged, clearly enjoying the moment. Hey, you live to tell the tale, and I'm sure Carol's got a whole new level of respect for you now. Mark leaned back in his chair, shaking his head as the room dissolved into laughter again. Yeah, respect. Let's go with that. Let me tell you, Mark began, leaning forward with an animated expression. When those van doors opened, I wasn't just relieved, I was reborn. Turns out the whole ride was leading to this underground bunker. No sky, no sunlight, just dim industrial lighting, a parking area carved out of bedrock, and this massive steel elevator staring us down. Carol raised an eyebrow. Underground? Like a Bond villain lair? Exactly, Jacob chimed in, except with fewer gadgets and more claustrophobia. The van ride didn't help, Mark added, throwing a playful glare at Jacob. But yeah, we stumble out, blinking like moles, and the driver just waves us toward the elevator like it's the gates to the underworld. No explanation, no instructions, just metal walls and a big button. Jameson chuckled, sipping his coffee. And you got in? What choice did we have? Mark replied. The doors closed behind us with a clang, real comforting. The elevator itself was ancient. Like, I'm pretty sure it's older than Jacob's taste in music. Jacob smirked. Careful, Mark. I still have that dog bag. The group laughed, and Mark waved it off. Anyway, the elevator creaks, groans, and drops us into the abyss. No numbers, no indicator lights, just that awful hum and the feeling that if this thing snapped, no one would ever find us. Carol leaned in. And then? Mark's eyes widened. And then the doors slide open, and there he is. Who? Exactly what I said, Mark shot back, earning chuckles. This guy, mid-60s at least, sitting in a rickety wheelchair like he's been waiting for us since the Eisenhower administration. Balding, glasses half slipped down his nose, and this weird aura about him. Weird how? Eleanor asked, intrigued. Jacob leaned back, folding his arms. He had this look, sharp, calculating, like he could guess your social security number just by the way you walked in. And the teeth, Mark added, cringing. Or lack thereof, yellow, jagged, and half missing. When he smiled, it was like being greeted by a haunted cornfield. Jameson winced. Yikes. Mark nodded. But the best part? He didn't say, hi. Didn't ask who we were. First thing he does, points at me with his bony finger and says, restrooms over there. Carol laughed, covering her mouth. No way. Oh, absolutely, Mark replied, his tone mock serious. I must have looked like I'd rolled through a landfill, so I go to clean up, and when I come back, he's in the middle of telling Jacob, the general told me, full access. Jacob picked up the thread, and by full access, he gestures to the whole room with this grandiose flourish. Metal shelves crammed with files, rows of buzzing terminals, and those creepy rolling ladders you see in old libraries. All while grinning like he'd just unlocked Pandora's box. And the teeth. Mark repeated, shuddering. That grin could haunt a Halloween party. Carol chuckled, shaking her head. And the archives themselves? Jacob leaned forward. Picture a cavernous space, half the size of a football field. Metal walls, dim lights, no clocks, no windows, just rows and rows of classified chaos. It felt like time didn't exist there. Or air, Mark added. I swear the whole place smelled like old paper and paranoia. What were you looking for? Thomas asked, his curiosity piqued. Jacob and Mark exchanged a glance, their smirks identical. That, Jacob said, is a classified story for another time. Let's just say it was worth the trip. Mark groaned, rolling his eyes. Except for the dog bag. I'm never living that one down, am I? Not a chance, Jacob said with a grin, earning another round of laughter from the group. Mark and Jacob shared a glance as the laughter from the group faded, a hint of mischief in their expressions. Without a word, Mark leaned down and hoisted a precarious stack of aged, yellowed files into view. He staggered slightly under the weight, his arms straining as he made a show of carrying them across the room. The dust-laden scent trailed behind him, drawing Carol's nose to wrinkle involuntarily. Behind him, Jacob stepped forward, a set of old film reels clutched tightly in both hands. The metal cases clinked softly as he shifted his grip, the slight sheen of effort on his brow suggesting they weren't as light as they looked. He held them up slightly, just enough for everyone to see, a small, triumphant grin tugging at his lips. Homework, Mark muttered, dropping the files onto the nearest table with a thud, dust puffing out in a visible cloud. Jacob laid the reels down more carefully, his movements deliberate as though they were fragile relics. Homework, he echoed, the amusement in his voice unmistakable. The group exchanged glances, a mix of curiosity and anticipation settling over the room as the two men straightened. Neither Jacob nor Mark offered any further explanation, but the weight of what they'd brought spoke volumes. This research is now top priority. I expect daily updates, irregularities flagged immediately. The stakes are high, Doctor. Hopkins, your team needs to stay ahead of this. With a curt nod, he turned and exited, leaving the team in a charged silence. All right, Carol said, breaking the tension. Let's focus. Eleanor, run a pattern recognition scan and explore the possibility of frequency alignment. Thomas, keep refining the theoretical framework. And Jameson, coffee duty? Jameson offered, raising an eyebrow. Range recalibration, Carol said, smiling despite the tension. Welcome to the team, everyone. Let's figure this out together. Jameson muttered to Mark, nothing like a little military pressure to spice things up. Mark grinned. Yeah, just your standard world-changing experiment. No big deal. Thomas, watching them with a bemused expression, added, and maybe, just maybe, we'll uncover the truth behind this signal and why it's so intent on finding us. With that, the team dispersed, diving into their tasks with the weight of discovery and urgency hanging over them. Volume 1, Chapter 14, Symbols, Signals, and Sacred Ground. The dim hum of the lab wrapped around Carol as she sat alone, staring at the steady pulse of the resonant signal glowing faintly on her monitor. The pattern wasn't just a curiosity anymore. It was an enigma pulling her deeper into its secrets. Her hand drifted to her leg, absently rubbing the spot where old pain used to reside. The sensation grounded her, as it always did in moments of stress. Her phone buzzed, breaking the silence. The encrypted message was from Aussie. Silent Aussie. Carol, we've confirmed our worst suspicions. We're calling them Ephialtes, after the Greek god of nightmares and control. No official name, no faces. But whoever they are, they're powerful, coordinated, and incredibly well-funded. Carol frowned, her mind racing. The SEALs had been chasing shadows for years, but this was different. This wasn't theoretical anymore. Carol, what have you found? A PDF file loaded onto her screen, and Carol's eyes scanned quickly, absorbing the information. Her heart thudded as she read. Silent Aussie. The signal is constant, Carol. It's everywhere. Carol leaned forward, her gaze locked on the words. Silent Aussie. In the air, underground, in space. It's as if it's a foundational layer of everything around us. But here's the twist. We're 100% certain the signal itself is natural. Carol's fingers froze on the keyboard. Carol. Natural. You're saying the signal isn't man-made? Silent Aussie. No. We're certain it's a natural phenomenon. But the key is what it can do. We believe it can piggyback a man-made signal, carrying it like a Trojan horse across the globe. The weight of his words settled heavily in her chest. Aussie's next message flashed on screen before she could reply. Silent Aussie. Carol, this signal, it's like nothing we've encountered. It seems almost alive, supernatural even. It reacts when we observe it, adapting in ways that shouldn't be possible. It's as though it knows it's being watched. Carol's mind snapped to a familiar scientific parallel, the pieces fitting uncomfortably together. Carol, you're describing something eerily close to quantum phenomena. Ever heard of the double slit experiment? Silent Aussie, that's the one where particles act differently if someone's observing them, right? Creepy stuff. Carol nodded to herself, her scientist instincts taking over. Carol. Exactly. When particles are watched, they behave like particles, specific, measurable. But when they're not observed, they act like waves, existing in a state of possibility. They respond to observation itself. She typed faster, her thoughts coming together. Carol. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, referring to quantum entanglement, signals interacting in impossible ways, distances collapsing. If this natural resonance is behaving similarly, it's not just a carrier, it's participating. Aussie's reply came quickly. Silent Aussie. If it's both natural and reactive, we're dealing with something beyond conventional physics. And if Ephialtes is trying to exploit it, they're stepping into uncharted territory. Carol, your device might be the only thing standing between understanding this and losing control of it. Carol glanced at the pulsing signal on her screen, frustration mixing with determination. Carol, the device, it's incomplete. We're close, Aussie, but something's missing. It's like the signal slips through our fingers every time we try to isolate it. Thomas and I have been trying to fix it, but we can't quite pin down what's wrong. Silent Aussie. Could it be a calibration issue? Or are you missing a physical component? Carol hesitated, her hand returning to her leg as she thought. Carol, maybe. Or maybe the device itself isn't enough. If the signal adapts, we might need something just as dynamic to capture it, but we're working blind without more data. Ossie's tone shifted, firm but encouraging. Silent Ossie. You're not blind. You're ahead of the curve, Carol. Ephialtes wouldn't hide so well if they weren't terrified of what you might find. Stay on it, and don't let them scare you off. Carol let out a small breath, the pressure lightening just a fraction. Carol, thanks, Ossie. Keep me updated on anything you find, and let me know if you hear any chatter about the device's design. We're too close to stop now. Silent Ossie. Will do. Stay sharp. You're not alone in this. The chat closed, leaving the lab quiet again, the signal's rhythmic pulse filling the space like a heartbeat. Carol stared at the monitor, her fingers brushing against the now empty foil of the chocolate bar. The signal was constant, alive, everywhere, and her device was the only thing that might unlock its secrets. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Not alone, she whispered to herself, her gaze hardening with resolve, but we're running out of time. The hotel lobby buzzed faintly with early morning activity, soft murmurs of guests checking out, the hum of a distant vacuum, and the muted clink of coffee cups. Kevin stood by the complimentary coffee station, pouring himself a much-needed cup, while Nick fiddled with the strap of his GPR unit bag. Roman leaned against the wall, reviewing notes on his tablet, his sharp eyes scanning the screen with laser focus. The glass doors to the lobby slid open with a quiet hiss, and Avigdor Lieberman strode in. His presence was commanding. Even at this hour, his suit crisp, his expression sharp. The team straightened instinctively as he approached. Gentlemen, Avigdor greeted, his tone brisk but with an undercurrent of warmth. Apologies for the early intrusion. Kevin sipped his coffee, already sensing a change in plans. No problem, Avigdor. What's the news? Avigdor's lips curved into a faint smile. Change of schedule. Something new has come up, an archaeological site flagged by the Ministry of Antiquities. It's suspected to hold underground chambers. Roman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How reliable is the lead? Reliable enough, Avigdor replied, and potentially enlightening. The site is close to your current work zone, so it shouldn't disrupt the broader project. Nick adjusted his bag, his deep voice breaking through. No tunnels? Just chambers? Avigdor nodded. No tunnels. This is purely archaeological, but it aligns with your expertise. He gestured toward the exit. If you're ready, I'll brief you further on the way. Kevin exchanged a glance with Roman, whose brow furrowed slightly before giving a curt nod. Looks like we're heading out early, Roman said. Nick patted his bag. Good. GPR likes early. Not hot yet. Kevin chuckled, grabbing a fresh coffee-to-go cup for the ride. Well, at least we'll be fresh-faced for whatever enlightening means this time. Avigdor gestured toward the waiting vehicle outside. Let's not waste the morning, gentlemen. Time is always against us. As the team moved toward the doors, Kevin couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. The promise of a new discovery was always worth an early start. The early morning sun crept over Jerusalem, casting a golden glow across the sealed eastern gate. Dust hung in the air, muting the view as they approached the site. Roman carried his tablet tucked under one arm, his other hand massaging the back of his neck. This kink in my neck, he grumbled, adjusting his cap with an annoyed huff. I tell you, I slept like a pretzel last night. Nick, carrying the heavy monitor with ease, threw him a sideways look. You don't need neck, just point. Let machine work. Kevin, maneuvering the GPR scanner into position, smirked. Roman, you're the navigator. Without you, we'd be scanning parking lots. Roman's lips quirked up despite his irritation. You might prefer a parking lot after this. Less sand, less mystery. He gestured to a flagged corner of the site. Start here. The archaeologists marked it as promising. Nick crouched near the monitor as Kevin powered up the GPR. The machine emitted its low, steady hum, the faint vibrations settling into the ground as Kevin began his careful sweeps. Slower, Kevin, Nick instructed, his Croatian accent thick with concentration. Let it feel the ground proper. Kevin nodded, his cheerful mood subdued by the gritty air, but still focused. Got it, boss. let's see what the Earth has to say today. The screen flickered, faint outlines beginning to emerge. Roman stepped closer, peering over Nick's shoulder. That's a corridor, Roman pointed out, his tone shifting to curiosity. Leading straight toward the gate, but not beneath it. Interesting. Nick squinted at the monitor. Yes, look, is not just path. See lines, walls, very defined. Kevin tilted his head. A corridor ending where? Nick tapped the screen, pointing to a broader space that began to form toward the end of the mapped area. Here, chamber, big one. Roman leaned in, his annoyance momentarily forgotten. That's not natural. Look at the precision. This was built for something. Move the scanner toward the back wall. Kevin adjusted the GPR, focusing on the chamber's rear. The monitor's image shifted, revealing an altar-like structure near the farthest wall, closest to the sealed gate. That's an altar, Roman muttered, his voice hushed. Or something very close to it. Nick's brow furrowed as he pointed at the readings. Floor, look, thin copper layer. Very deliberate. Kevin frowned, studying the screen. Yeah, but it's not just copper. Toward the back wall, see those markings? Symbols embedded in the flooring. And the altar, there's some kind of substance covering it. Roman adjusted his tablet to zoom in on the scan results. The substance is reflective, glitching the GPR. It's throwing off the readings. That's not something I've seen before. Nick's voice took on a reverent tone, his excitement unmistakable. Symbols in copper, altar, purpose here, I feel it. This place is holy, or forbidden. Kevin exhaled, shaking his head in amazement. Copper floors, an altar covered in who knows what, and symbols we can't even see clearly. This isn't just any chamber. Nick grinned, glancing toward the sealed gate towering above them. This corridor, it stopped before gate, but it talked to gate. Mom, she loved this. He tapped the monitor, his voice softening. Always say, Messiah come here through this. He gestured broadly toward the altar on the screen. Maybe. This altar, it wait for him. Roman glanced at Nick, his tone cautious but thoughtful. Whatever this chamber is, it was made for something specific. It's not random. Kevin adjusted the scanner for another pass, trying to refine the image. Well, it's definitely above my pay grade. What's the protocol here? Roman straightened, his usual stern demeanor returning. We send it to the authorities. We're here to scan, not interpret. Nick sighed, his gaze lingering on the monitor. Yes, this special. Symbol in floor, altar, strange coat. Not normal. Not, how you say, fluke. Kevin set the scanner down, dusting his hands off. Special doesn't even cover it. It's a puzzle wrapped in mystery, with a side of, what are we even looking at? Roman snorted, shaking his head. Focus on the scans, Kevin. Save the poetry for later. Nick chuckled, standing to stretch. Roman's right, but you know I'm right too. This place matters. They began packing up, their mood more subdued as the weight of the discovery settled over them. Kevin clapped Roman on the shoulder, attempting to lighten the mood. At least your neck's the biggest complaint today. Want me to scan it next? Roman gave him a deadpan look. Not unless you want this scanner thrown at you. Roman turned to Nick and Kevin, his face lit with an unusual brightness. You don't find something like this every day. Symbols in copper, an altar covered in whatever that is. Avigdor, if we get the archaeologists moving quickly, they could start uncovering it before the end of the week. Imagine what we'll learn. Avigdor stood still, his piercing gaze fixed on the monitor. The subtle tightening of his jaw and the way his hand moved to his chin betrayed the depth of his thoughts. Slowly, he stepped closer to the screen, his eyes scanning every detail. He didn't speak, but the deliberate nod and the glimmer of something unspoken in his expression, approval or perhaps awe, spoke volumes. Finally, with a curt, almost reverent motion, he adjusted his coat and turned toward the others, signaling for them to the SUV. The SUV rumbled to life as they loaded up and drove away, the sealed eastern gate growing smaller in the distance. Behind them, the chamber and its enigmatic symbols waited in silence, guarding secrets that had survived centuries. The quiet hum of the lab was interrupted by the familiar rhythm of Thomas's footsteps. Carol sat at her desk, her fingers idly tracing a faint crack on the keyboard's edge as she stared at the resonance signal pulsing steadily on her screen. Her hand drifted instinctively to her leg, rubbing the spot that still held memories of the old injury. "Fuel delivery," Thomas said, his voice light as he slid a steaming mug of coffee onto the desk beside her. Carol glanced up, the corner of her mouth twitching into a faint smile. "Thanks, Thomas. I needed this." "Not done yet," he said with a sly grin, pulling something from behind his back and placing it triumphantly beside the coffee. A chocolate bar. Carol blinked at it, then looked up at him, her brow arched in amusement. "You're welcome," he said, crossing his arms and leaning casually against the desk, like a man who had just solved world hunger. "Are you serious?" she asked, holding back a laugh. "Deadly," Thomas replied, his tone mock grave. "Chocolate is scientifically proven to reduce stress, increase focus, and make me look like a hero, which frankly is an added bonus." Carol rolled her eyes, but the tension in her shoulders eased as she tore open the wrapper. The faint crackle of foil and the rich, sweet aroma felt like a small rebellion against the looming dread of Ossie's latest revelations. "You know this doesn't actually solve anything, right?" she said, breaking off a square and popping it into her mouth. "Doesn't it?" Thomas countered, watching her with a raised eyebrow. "Go on, take another bite. Feel that existential despair melting away." Carol chuckled despite herself, shaking her head as she offered him a piece. "Fine, you win. Hero status confirmed." Thomas took the square with a flourish, biting into it and sighing dramatically. "I'm not saying I should get a statue, but I'm not saying it either." The two shared a quiet laugh, the moment breaking through the oppressive weight of the lab's usual atmosphere. As Carol turned back to her screen, the pulse of the resonance signal glowed faintly, its rhythm steady and unrelenting. The chocolate lingered on her tongue, a reminder that even in the shadow of uncertainty, small comforts could still exist. "Speaking of melting away," she said, gesturing toward the screen, "Ossie thinks the signal isn't just natural. It might be alive in some strange way, reacting to being observed, like it's aware of us." Thomas's smile faded slightly, curiosity replacing humor as he pulled a chair closer. "Alive? As in sentient?" "Not sentient," Carol clarified, breaking off another square of chocolate and popping it into her mouth, "but reactive, like the double slit experiment, where particles behave differently when they're observed." Thomas's brow furrowed, his coffee forgotten for a moment. "You're saying the signal shifts when we look at it?" "Not exactly," Carol said, her fingers tracing the edge of the desk. "But something about it feels adaptive. Ossie's team thinks it might even be able to carry man-made frequencies, piggybacking them across its natural patterns." Thomas exhaled slowly, the implications sinking in. "So, it's not just a signal, it's a foundation, something anyone with the right tools could use." Carol nodded, her expression tightening. "Exactly. Ossie thinks this shadow group, Ephialtes, is already working on it. And if they're as well-funded and elusive as he says..." Thomas leaned back, his fingers laced behind his head. "Then we're up against something massive, something we can't even see." For a moment, the two friends sat in silence, the pulse of the signal reflecting off their faces like a distant heartbeat. Carol felt the weight of the mystery lessen, if only slightly, under the shared resolve they carried. "Thanks, Thomas," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "I needed that." He nodded, finishing his coffee and standing. "Let's sort through the chaos tomorrow. For now, get some rest. You're not solving the universe in one night." As he left the room, Carol turned back to the monitor, the pulse of the signal steady as ever. She rested her hand on her leg once more, her thoughts racing. "We'll find it," she whispered to herself, the determination in her voice matching the rhythm of the signal. "We have to.